Welcome. Welcome, folks. Yo, Charlie. Welcome. Hey, not the one. How are you? Yo, baby walk. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Today, we're going to take a little bit of a break just today on the Epstein files. There's a lot of news that I haven't covered over the last few days that I want to cover today. So we'll get into it. We're going to start off looking at another big DSA win in Colorado today and some liberal cope around it. We're also going to talk about birthright citizenship in the US and the Supreme Court striking that down, the move to abolish it. Yo, my clothes brush. We're also going to talk a bit. So PBS has just released a new doco around Donald Trump and MBS and their relationship. Keen to go through that with you guys. And we'll end it with South Africa's anti-immigrant protests. I do want to give you guys an update on what's going on in Venezuela and Gaza as well. So we'll probably have that in there somewhere. But come on in. Hey, Marit. Hey, Calamity. Morena. Good morning, everybody. Kia ora. It's good to have everybody here. All right, let's start off with Kornacki. Oh my gosh, the liberal cope here, folks. Oh, it's so tasty. Why do liberal tears taste so good? I thought it was just fascist tears for a second, and then liberal tears. Oh, it's like honey, concentrated fucking honey. Shit. It's beautiful. All right. Let's listen to Kornacki.
Welcome back. If it's Tuesday, voters are voting in Colorado.
Hey,
Two of those
Rabbit
races
Lady,
could have
welcome.
major implications for the power of progressives in the Democratic Party.
Kia ora,
After establishment
Sensei.
Democrats were put on their heels last week in New York's primaries. Democrats are also eyeing Colorado as an opportunity to flip a competitive House seat in the fall. And both parties have candidates fighting it out for a chance to replace the term-limited governor, Jared Polis. Joining me now is NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, and also with me, Kyle Clark.
So just a bit of context here. They're about to reveal. Okay, so with Mamdani and his crew now winning New York, Mamdani's recommendations, everyone Mamdani endorsed one in New York, okay? And then immediately, people like Josh Shapiro, etc., were like, oh, this is a New York problem. This is a New York thing. This is not particularly, the same everywhere else. And today, it was Colorado's turn. If you know about where Colorado is, it's not in New York. We should ask Josh Shapiro again what he thinks about Colorado. He'll probably say, oh, it's a Colorado thing. Nowhere else, guys. Nowhere else. Okay? So this is in a completely different place. And this DSA crew, I truly believe that they are the new third party in the USA. They are the new third party. It is incredible to watch incumbent Democrats getting smashed like this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Clark, who's an anchor and political reporter for our Denver affiliate, KUSA. Steve, let's start with you and where things stand in these races. Progressives really hoping to make inroads. In fact, Congresswoman DeGette's district and the Senate primary in particular, what do they need to do to be successful?
Yeah, let's start in that first congressional district there. I think everyone acknowledges that the longtime incumbent here, Diana DeGette, at the very least, is in some serious jeopardy today in this primary. Her main challenger here, coming from the far left, Maylot Kiros,
coming from the far left. These guys are so fucking deluded, man. Oh, I hate liberalism, man. Fuck liberalism. Hey, Doug, how are you? Honestly, how can you call these people with literally like free what do you call it, childcare for people with children under 2 or whatever the fucking thing is? How is that far left? It's I hate liberals.
The Democratic Socialists of America running to the left of DeGette, really stressing Israel, criticisms of the attacks on Israel, sort of core to her campaign. That is a model that we just saw some insurgent Democratic candidates successfully use in New York congressional districts last week. We've seen it in some other districts around.
How long before they start calling these people Hamas, man?
Around the country. And just demographically, if you're looking at this first district in Colorado, what you're looking at here basically is Denver. It's not all of Denver, but it's a
they'll like bomb these people's houses and say, "Oh, we found information that they were working with Hamas."
big part of Denver here. That's the core of the district. And I think demographically, you got a lot of, young, college-educated renters, politically progressive types. That's sort of been the mix that has worked for that style of politics elsewhere in the country. So it's another test for it tonight, but certainly on paper, this is the kind of race that if you're DeGette, first elected back in 1996, you're probably sweating a lot in these final hours heading into the vote tabulation.
Have they used the term guerrilla tactics yet? I think we're close. Folks, we're going to take a little break from going through the Epstein docs today. I'm in the middle of building the app. There's some loose ends that I haven't completely finished up, but we'll take on the apps again tomorrow. But yeah, let's get into some news. Over the last couple of days, I've fallen behind on covering what's going on around the world too. So I need to find a good way to balance both. I think we can do both. It's just trying to find a good schedule to do it. But today, I just couldn't anyway. Hey, Coco Millie, welcome. Hey, Juju, salam.
Where there is more suspense, I think, here, just in terms of whether it's going to be competitive, would be
Hope
the
you're
Senate
having a
primary.
good walk,
John
Myrick.
Hickenlooper, originally elected to the Senate back in 2020, being challenged by a state legislator here, Julie Gonzalez, again, ideologically running a similar campaign here. But the question is not the city of Denver and some other progressive pockets throughout the state, but whether this expands across the entire state here. Obviously, Colorado, we don't have a lot of sort of statewide primaries to measure a candidate like this against, but you do know back in 2020, Bernie Sanders did win a relatively crowded Democratic presidential primary in Colorado. Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, probably the two most leftward candidates back in that primary, got a combined 55% of the vote.
Oh, you see how Bernie didn't get called far left? You see how Bernie didn't get called far left? Veloxy Glock, welcome.
Vote Hickenlooper, by the way, in 2020, he was opposed on the left in his primary bid. He got 59% in that primary, won all but one county here. So this is a sort of a mystery. There's only been one poll. We're not even sure what to make of that poll. So this is the question: will this one get close tonight?
Yeah, and then we also have Colorado's 8th district. That could be a battleground this fall. What are you watching for tonight?
Yeah, so, take a look here. Democratic matchup. We know the Republican is Gabe Evans. He was elected in a very close race back in 2024, and we know it's going to be closely watched this November because, look, this is a district that Donald Trump carried by 2 points in 2024. It's a district that Joe Biden carried by 5 points back in 2020. It is a swing district. You're looking here at the Democratic primary. Most of the suspense here is whether it's a Rutenell or Shannon Byrd here, a state representative, a former state representative. These are the two leading candidates here. And the backdrop, again, not just a super competitive district, a swing district in November.
What up, Luciferian?
This is also a district with a very large Hispanic population. A lot of population growth in this part of Colorado. You're talking about Adams County into Weld County, city of Greeley, Colorado, Commerce City. A lot of population growth, a lot of Hispanic population growth. It's a population that Donald Trump made a lot of inroads with in 2024. One of the reasons he was able to narrowly carry this district. So again, it's going to be close this November, and we'll watch this race particularly to see about those Hispanic inroads the president made in 24.
The reactions from the establishment have been that of absolute panic. It's quite amazing. Hey, Lou Mama, welcome. Hey, I haven't seen you in a couple of days. How are you? How have you been? Yeah, it's been general panic, I feel. And yeah, it's quite nice to watch all of this.
Or whether they're holding up or receding in 26.
Okay, great, Steve. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Let's turn now to Kyle Clark. Kyle, you've been covering these races for months, and maybe level set for us. Are Colorado Democrats ready for the same type of progressive push that we saw in New York last week?
Yeah.
Denver Democrats are, Ryan, for sure. I think Colorado is a different story. And the thing you have to remember when you...
Yo, Shiny! Hey, Shiny, I decided I want to take a break today. There's a couple of loose ends I'm trying to tie up with the development. So I thought I'd take a break from Epstein files today, and we'll get back into it tomorrow. So, but welcome. Good to see you, Shiny.
You look at Denver versus New York City, is New York has closed primaries. Colorado has semi-open primaries in which unaffiliated voters, no party, that is the majority of voters in the state, can participate. So that can have an interesting impact on primaries out here. But certainly 29-year incumbent progressive Democrat Diane
Janine
is in real trouble against a 29-year-old Democratic Socialist challenger in Milak Kiros, who appears to have caught DeGette napping, nearly kept her off the ballot at the caucuses.
By the way, this is who DeGette is, okay? When it comes to... I honestly don't think the Democrats really understand how much of an impact the genocide in Gaza has had on politics. I don't think any Western government understands this at the moment. It's torn people apart. It's causing rifts that have never existed before. So this is the lady who just lost today.
You are fundamentally not going to agree with me on this because you think
that Palestinians deserve to live. Thank you very much.
No, ma'am, that's not it. Hi.
Yes, I did record it.
Okay.
Here I am. Hi, Diana. I'm Nicole Shea.
Hi, Nicole.
I am a delegate in Denver. I'm in 5 points.
Okay. Great.
Like you, I really consider myself a women's rights activist. I appreciate the work you've done. I'm just wondering, why do you keep sending money for bombs that Israel is sending to Palestine?
So actually most people think that Israel should be able to defend itself with the Iron Dome. And that's what I'm talking about. But so
defending themselves is different than continuing the genocide in Palestine.
Correct.
You're talking about different subjects, and I'm trying to ask you about the Block the Bombs Act.
Okay, I'll tell you about the Block the Bombs Act. I've read the Block the Bombs Act. The Block the Bombs Act is a very poorly written piece of legislation because it's both too narrow and it's too broad.
So why haven't you introduced amendments
Can I finish? I can't introduce amendments because it hasn't been brought up.
Why are you sending money to Israel to commit a genocide in Palestine?
If the only issue that you care about is this issue, then you should not vote for me. Okay? That's what I would say to you.
That's
because
good to know.
I'm not going to agree to spend any more money for offensive weapons to Israel, period. When we did the...
You see this offensive weapons thing? Don't fall into that trap. Offensive weapons, defensive weapons, doesn't matter. No weapons. Don't fall into the trap of like, oh, we won't send offensive weapons. It's bullshit.
Weapons are offensive no matter what kind
I
they
understand you
are.
say that.
I'm a constituent asking a very direct question to you, and you're not answering it. If you think that you are, you don't understand what your constituents really want and need.
What I don't appreciate is when somebody states.
I don't like genocide enablers. That's what I don't like.
I
think that's a little bit worse than anything that you could perceive as rude for your constituents
criminal crossovers
not representing our values.
Sir, I don't appreciate when people mischaracterize. I'm happy to explain my position.
So is your character that you do not care about Palestinian children
No, I do
dying?
care about Palestinian
So then why do you keep
That is
approving
why.
more arms to go to Israel?
So
we wouldn't be fighting Iran right now if we had done an arms embargo a year ago, 2 years ago. We've let them run rogue because of representatives like you taking AIPAC money.
Did take one AIPAC donation
shit!
The October 6th thing, and then I refused any more PAC money. I have not taken.
So
any
you
PAC
still
money.
vote
No, let me
to
tell you,
approve
that
funds
PAC
for
was
Israel,
like
and they're not even paying you?
2,500.
That's kind of crazy. Is it hard to keep track of who gives you money after 30 years in office? Do you think that maybe we should have people that have more stake in the future than you do representing us and making decisions for our future?
Hey, Anwar, welcome.
I don't care who that is.
Okay.
I don't care who that is.
I think it's been
Nobody
happening
will.
for over 30 years.
I'm glad you think that, but it's incorrect.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the lady who lost today. That's the lady. That was on the 20th of March. That's the lady who lost today. Enjoy, everybody. Enjoy liberal tears. Enjoy these warmongering a-holes losing. Because they're losers. They are criminal losers.
And DeGette has been begging for national resources to come in and save her, and Kiros has all the momentum.
Is it about one specific set of issues for both DeGette and Hickenlooper, or is it more just kind of the mood
Jesse.
of the Democratic Party right now?
We're talking about Colorado. Melat Kiros, yeah.
Is it specific to Denver, or specific to Colorado, I should say, or is it more part of this nationwide movement that we're seeing to the left for the Democratic Party?
A lot of it, Ryan, is the same complaint
Exactly,
against
decrepit.
both DeGette and Hickenlooper, which is they're not.
This is the third party moment for America, and I feel like anyone complaining about American politics and not having control and it's all bought and paid for, all the excuses that libs give, you can't do that anymore. You have people on the ballot who you can vote for. You have people on the ballot who you can vote for to change your future. If you end up with the same sick ass fucking people, that is on you now. This is your moment to show that all of your crying about not having control about who to vote for, when you get control, this is your opportunity to show that when you do get the chance to vote for someone who could change your politics, you took that opportunity. America. Libs.
Delivering for progressive Democrats. But
easy. Dems and Republicans are definitely going to unite against the DSA. And then you know what libs will say? How can we go with far left? How can we go with far left? They'll make an excuse. Oh, my gosh, man. This is the moment for libs to prove that they're not full of shit.
the concern is a lot more acute for DeGette because of the fact that she has been in a safe seat for decades. And a lot of Democrats say she doesn't have a whole lot to show for her time there. Now, as for John Hickenlooper, he was a very popular mayor of Denver, went on to be a pretty popular governor. He has incredibly strong name awareness around the state. Democrats generally like him, even if they don't think he's been a particularly effective senator. They remember his time as governor and his time as mayor. But most importantly, he was not caught napping. He was ready for a challenger. He kept high-profile folks out of the race. So he has a former Democratic Democratic socialist who's challenging him. I would be surprised if that race is close. She hasn't made it a statewide race, has not deployed resources, whereas as DeGette found herself napping.
Interesting. That's a great point. And also, you've got a very...
The DSA here in Los Angeles is such a joke. All the candidates they support are Zionists. Oh, really? Then, you know what? You should now. You guys have another party. You have a set of leadership that you can directly reach out to now. This is the time your emails and your concerns can actually be raised with a party that is telling you that they care about that they care about your issues, like the genocide in Gaza, like healthcare, like early childcare, education, all of these sorts of things. They're saying that they care about it. So if you think that those candidates are pro-Israel and to continue the genocide in Gaza, then you should let the DSA know. You should let them know. And you should do it in big numbers, because if they're not listening to you, they are the same as the Democrats.
Competitive governor's race there. Two different primaries tonight, both on the Democratic side, one involving the incumbent Senator Michael Bennet, another on the Republican side as well. Just give us an idea
Excalibur,
of what you're looking for in both of these
I got
races.
that list as well.
There is a
Certainly.
list.
So Colorado's Attorney General Phil Weiser has a couple of things accruing to his benefit tonight. He has been able to sue Donald Trump 65 times.
Betts Lodge, we have a person who lives in Colorado. Oh, you beauty. How do you feel right now?
Keeping his name in the headlines as a strong anti-Trump voice, saying that Senator Michael Bennet has acquiesced to Trump too much while he's been in the Senate. And the other thing that Weiser has going for him is that he's not a creature of Washington. So even though he's an incumbent, he's benefiting from the anti-incumbent slash anti-Washington wave in an interesting way. He was a real long shot underdog to Michael Bennet when this campaign started out. It's believed that this race is going to be neck and neck tonight. And Bennet, of course, would keep his job that he appears to hate in the Senate, that he wants to leave and come be governor. He would keep that job if he loses. If he wins, he would then time his resignation to pick his own replacement in the U.S. Senate. And the thought
only L was Julia. Yeah, we just saw that. Yeah.
Thought is that it would most likely be one of three Democratic reps from Colorado: Joe Neguse, Jason Crow, or Brittany Patterson.
And in the Republican race, just quickly,
what a name, Joe Neguse.
What your thoughts are there?
It's a wild one. I mean, Colorado Republicans have elected one Republican.
Oh, shit! Look, the Republicans elected Marx. The Republicans elected Marx. They can't call you a communist anymore. They literally elected Marx. Holy shit.
Governor in the last 55 years. They have a very mainstream legislator, Barb Kirkmeyer, who's running but has not caught fire in any way in the primary. There's an ultra-MAGA pastor named Scott Bottoms who has trouble.
Of course. Oh, there's a pastor named Scott Bottoms. Oh my God. Of course there is. Of course. There is a Republican pastor named Bottoms. Oh my gosh. You couldn't write a better joke.
With the Ninth Amendment, often saying some things that he can't back up with facts. And then the front runner is a ministry leader named Victor Marx, who claims to have rescued women and children around the world, kind of like a Rambo meets Billy Graham character. But he doesn't appear to have proof of his claims, and he wouldn't straightforward answer the question about how many people he's killed. He likes to brag about that kind of thing, but wouldn't get into specifics.
Yeah, and I'm sure our viewers have seen you pressing both of these candidates on those exact topics. Kyle, you did great work there in Colorado. So great to get your insight into these important races.
Ultra pastor mode engaged.
Thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
Okay, so the next one. This is the election night coverage here. 17-minute video. Colorado primary election results. Here we go. Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready for this? America and the world, what you are watching is transformational. I truly believe it. I think this is the third party for America. It's happening right in front of your faces. We're slowly building up strength here in Ohio, but it's an uphill battle since Republicans have had a trifecta for a while and the Democrats have unilaterally disarmed. Well, yeah, disarm them. Get the DSA in. Do it. Yo, Michael.
It is primary election night in Colorado, and it is one of the most interesting.
I was expecting it's primary night in Colorado, and we have another massive fuck up. Folks, we fucked up again. We fucked this. Our world is falling apart. Shit's breaking. We fucked this. Liberal media cope is probably the best cope ever.
Ones we've seen in years. We're glad you're with us. I'm Alexandra Lewis.
And I'm Kyle Clark. Democrats have picked the presumptive frontrunner for Colorado governor in November in a runaway contest, and Denver Democrats are poised to send a Democratic socialist to Congress for the first time. NBC News is calling the Democratic primary for governor for Phil Weiser, the longtime underdog in this race, thought to be trailing by Michael Bennet by 20 or 30 points, surged to a 10-point win tonight. Our Jennifer Meckles was at the Weiser watch party, which from the jump tonight, Jenny, they knew they had this.
Walaikum assalam, Pig Queen.
Yeah, everybody was really confident, even at the beginning of the night before the very first returns came in. And Attorney General Phil Weiser is...
Oh, shit. Are they playing Welcome Back in the background? Mace, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Listen.
Promising to be a people-first governor. He says this is what helped him close that gap. And the people I talked to in this room tonight say the same thing. It was that he got out and visited every county. It was the interactions he had with these people over the last year. Maybe the people who track these races were surprised, but the people who came...
Noisy, I'm so tired of ignorance and narcissism. Me too.
To this room said they weren't at all. Whenever he entered this race, Senator Michael Bennet was the favorite, right? We know that. He was also the establishment guy, the guy in Washington. And for two men who really weren't all that far apart on policy,
Jiminy!
And where they fell.
Not only electoral cope, but I think the Dems are waiting for news about our Presidente dust to settle. Like the crypto disclosures alone is a whole week of roundtables. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Within the Democratic Party, the challenge here was going to be distancing himself from his opponent. And Weiser said, Bennett's the establishment guy. I'm the guy here in Colorado. He had a prominent job before, right? He's the attorney general. He's made his name fighting President Trump through lawsuits. But he was able to distance himself just enough to say, I'm promising something new.
Guys, just like those Republicans. I'm good, thank you, Spirit. How are you? Just like those Republicans who, go off on Grindr at Donald Trump rallies, you might see a few closeted DSA Republicans voting for the DSA. Just kind of like sneaking out of the house, voting for the DSA, maybe getting their dick sucked. You never know.
I'm promising bold.
Dick sucked on the way to the DSA voting booth.
And again, I want to be the people's governor. And when we talked to him tonight and asked him, how did you close that gap? This was his explanation.
Coloradans want someone who's on their side, working side by side with them. That's what our campaign was about. That's what people in the room here felt. That's how I'm going to govern.
So some of the voters that I talked to here tonight, Kyle, also told me that they felt like Weiser may have benefited from some turnout in this race from progressives, even if he wouldn't be described as an extra left, a very progressive candidate. And I know you're going to talk about another really interesting race coming up here, the congressional district in Denver, but there was some sentiment in the room that may have helped a little bit here, just kind of energize and mobilize, if you will. Now, we know that the Republican Party hasn't had a governor in a long time in this state, and so the person who wins...
it could be... It doesn't. I don't think it mattered. No, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Did you see this post? I was like thinking about what I was going to say, and none of it sounded like something I can say on social media. But anyway, I've said stuff like this on social media. I should be okay. I did see this. Yes, I did see this. Oh my gosh, what a video. I will get copyright if I play this video though, because of the music in the background. It's so good.
Wins this primary tonight. Weiser, for all intents and purposes, is expected to be the next governor. When we talked to Weiser as well about, like, you've kind of got a couple of different factions in this party, depending on what happens in some of these other races and just the people who did or did not turn out for you. You're sort of the umbrella now. You are the face of this party moving forward. How do you bring them all together? And again, he goes back to, I have been across the state. I'm the people's guy. I'm going to do it again in November and seal the deal here. Back to you guys.
We are literally watching a genocide change American politics, which is the way it should be. People should not be okay with genocide, man. If a genocide doesn't make you change your mind about your politics, about the world we live in, then nothing will change you. Nothing will change you. This is what it should be like. Like, it should be way bigger than this. The movement should be huge across the U.S. The fact that it's still just up and coming, the change is just up and coming, shows you how entrenched this support for Israel is in the U.S. Or how entrenched this American imperialist mindset is in the U.S. So, decolonizing American minds will ultimately change the world.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Jenny, right? That Phil Weiser is going to become the face of the Democratic Party in Colorado because you have John Hickenlooper, who won his primary tonight and is headed to another term in the Senate, but he's reaching retirement age and he's kind of faded from view. Democrats have soured on Jared Polis. They want him out of the picture.
Good on you, Sean
So
Sport.
Weiser has the opportunity to build the future of the party. Jenny Meckles,
Excalibur, the thing is, this momentum, it's not just about the midterms. It needs to last for the foreseeable future. Like, if this is just a trend, then the world has no hope. Like, it can't just be a trend. It has to be for the next decade, 2 decades, 3 decades. You know, these are long-ass games, man. Like, what we're in is a long, long fight. It's a long battle. It's not about the midterms. It's not about the next election. It's got to be generational change. It's got to be generational change.
Terrific work tonight. Thank you. Let's look at that Republican primary for governor. Whoever wins this is going to be the longest of long shots in November. Colorado has elected one Republican governor in the last 55 years. But we have a surprising result at the moment in which State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer, a non-MAGA traditional Republican, has a slight lead over Ministry Leader Victor Marks, who had proclaimed
Victor Marks and Scott Bottoms
himself to be on a Christian crusade to revitalize Colorado. Light on policy, big on vibes. And he had proclaimed himself to be a runaway frontrunner in this race. He was an enormous fundraising leader, but currently trails Barb Kirkmeyer.
The Congressional District 1, when you take a look at the watch party, certainly a tale of two watch parties. When you take a look at the left, very somber mood for the longtime Democratic Congresswoman Diana DeGette, who basically got her packing papers today representing District 1.
Light on policy is great. It's likely they won't escape from LA in real life. But they hide how theocratic the government really became, yeah. Have you seen the interview with Victor Marks? All his exorcism and my first kill at 7 years old. And oh my gosh, no, I haven't. Do you have a link? I feel like we all need to watch this. Do you have a link? That sounds unhinged, bro. Holy shit.
The one on your right, her
Kyle
primary
is the best
challenger,
in Colorado.
Malak Kiros,
Nice.
who had confetti going at about 7:03 with that first round of votes. The dump, surprising, right, that she got so many so early.
Right out of the gate. Associated Press within the last minute has just called the race for Malak Kiros. Colorado is sending a Democratic socialist to Congress for the first time. Her lead over...
Yeah!
mobilized intifada.
Yeehaw! Woo! Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Yo!
Diana DeGette continues to grow. If you've been watching 9 News throughout the evening, this is not a surprise. This is what we've been saying since 7:30 tonight, that Diana DeGette did not have a path to victory based on those early numbers. The Associated Press says this race is over. Malat Kiros, 29 years old as Diana DeGette's congressional career, which ends tonight.
I don't know why I'm up. LOL, but it's nice to get to see your stream. I never do anymore. Oh my God, Jess, no. Oh, Jess. It's good to see you. I think we have the structure, but the next 6 years are going to be decisive. We aren't ready for a dirty break quite yet. Got to build up a larger coalition. Yeah, exactly, Shardspork. Like we've spoken about this. You got to think like 2-3 elections ahead now. You have this movement. You have this movement. You know, you're starting to get that energy around change. I think all that's missing in this whole thing is an indigenous coalition. If the DSA can add an indigenous coalition, I think you have a movement that can break American politics open. It's like it's there. It's ready. It's ready. My friend is thinking about running for the U.S. House in my district for 2028. Nice. This is it. I feel like there's energy around it. You know, there's energy around it. The Indigenous Coalition is happening. Nice.
Not with a retirement, as many Denver Democrats had urged to get to do over the years, but instead with a beating at the hands of a first-time candidate for office, a corporate attorney turned barista, and a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Spencer Seuscher has been at the Kiros Watch Party. And
you guys, if you get like so Leonard Peltier today, I saw an article of Leonard Peltier's talking about how the 4th of July is nothing to celebrate. I saw one of his articles. I'll read it for you guys. But yeah, you know, like getting guys like Leonard Peltier into this movement. Oh my, the possibilities are endless, folks. This is the time. Build up. This has to be generational. It can't be a trend. It has to be generational, long term. You have to think beyond elections here now. You got to think long term. This is amazing.
In Denver tonight, and being there, Spencer, there is no question about why she defeated Diana DeGette.
Yeah, there really isn't. If you look around this room right now, it's young people. This is a young crowd.
You see?
I have never been to a watch party that looked like this. I've never been to a watch party that had grinding and the music blaring like it is right now. We're double headphoned up. We expect her to come out here and speak here momentarily.
I'm glad you guys are seeing that solidarity rise. I mean, it needs to. I think that indigenous representation in this DSA movement is almost like it is a must-have. You know, it is a must-have. How can land back not be a part of this? You know, like that's the missing piece here, guys. That's the only missing piece I see. I think it's got all the makings of something that can be generational. Generational. Have you been watching the mobilization on Twitch for nationwide phone banking? I see that Hassan's been raising a bunch of cash. Hassan's community's been raising a bunch of cash. That's pretty awesome, man. That is so cool. America, this is your moment. This is your moment, the good people in America. To break yourself away from the shackles of your imperialist structure. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful moment for all of you. Opportunity is what I would call it.
I don't think the people people in this room know yet that the AP has called this race, but they think she's coming out to speak any second now. And when that last ballot dump came out about three or 4 minutes ago.
You joined the Melat phone bag from his stream? Nice. Oh, I feel it. Not just Hassan, there's more. Yeah, of course. I just saw the Hassan one. That's all I saw. The entire left Twitch? No way.
The same thing, the confetti cannons, the same type of celebration we saw when it happened at 7, again at 8, again at 9, and now we're seeing it again at 10. These people are excited about what they view as a revolution. And look behind me right now. You ever seen a campaign watch party that looked like a mosh pit? This is what Democrats have been trying to capture, was the young people. Now the question is, will this be effective? And is this what the image is of the Democratic Party in Colorado as well, Kyle?
Yeah, and Spencer, this will be the headline that America sees tomorrow, right? That this is a continuation of...
This guy's never seen a mosh pit, though. Oh, talking about mosh pits. I was in the System of a Down mosh pit in 2000 and... Oh, my gosh. When the fuck was it? 2001 or 2? When System of a Down was in Aotearoa in a concert called The Big Day Out in Auckland. Oh my gosh, that was a fucking mosh pit. Wake up! Makeup! What you think is up on the table? You wanted to!
Of Democratic Socialist victories in other places, most recently New York City. The folks who do not know Milat Kiros, which I would venture to say is most Coloradans at this point, outside of a Democratic Party politics in Denver, are about to learn who...
Yeah, we watched the Surge post. By the way. We did watch it.
Who she is, right? She's very young. She's very inexperienced. She's very...
I'm a sad girl mod, and we've been working with Oliver Larkin running in Florida 25, along with Denims, Mike from PA, Vio, Carolyn Kwan, and I know Oliver has been reaching out to others too. Oh, that's awesome, Mr. Perry. That's amazing. This is America's moment. This is America's moment, folks. Do take this opportunity, but don't think about it as short term. Don't think about it as the silver bullet, because the moment you start doing that, you start to, delude yourself. This is long-term thinking. This is where you put your long-term hat on. Generational. Don't think about the midterms. Just win one at a time. Bite-sized pieces with a long-term understanding. Bite-sized pieces with a long-term goal. Be steadfast. Yes, exactly, Spirit.
Intelligent. She's very eloquent. Unlike some of the folks that we've seen in New York City who seem to be saying sensationalized things just for shock value, that's not her. She's very dogmatic, right? She is a hard leftist. She is a democratic socialist.
Like I tell you guys, like these MAGA Republicans, like when they're at when the MAGA Republicans are at Trump rallies, it's fucking grind the Super Bowl. They're all closeted. So these MAGA Republicans are going to start going, hey, I want a bit of that. I want a bit of what's happening in New York. I want to have a free early childcare education. I want a little bit of that. But they'll still online, they'll be like, oh, fuck them. Like, God dang, get them blacks out. Like on social media, they'll be all, God dang, Cletus. God dang it. Shut your ass, boy. God dang. I've about had enough of that boy right there. God damn it. But then, when it comes time to vote, you never know. They just sneak in, vote DSA. Bing, bang, boom. DSA in power. That's how these guys work. That's how the MAGA crew's going. Hey, I want some of that healthcare over there. God dang it. I want some of that nice moonshine. You know? You never know, guys. You never know.
Just through and through, but she is a very good advocate for her point of view. And I think Colorado and America is about to hear that. Whether or not they agree with her views, they are going to hear those views explained in detail by a 29-year-old barista.
Yeah, and I think they're about to hear it on 9 News as well. It looks like she's about to make her way outside of this room where she had been, at least for some period of time tonight. She's been in that room at least once, I know, with a far-left streamer, Hassan Piker, who has really helped boost her profile.
Far left streamer. Far left. Bro, these people are useless. This guy is a lib who probably voted DSA. And now he's pretending. Hassan mentioned here.
He's here tonight. There's been lines around this place of people lining up to take pictures with him. He has some, what some would describe as pretty far left views on Israel. And obviously, Kiros has had to deal with some.
What the fuck is a far left view on Israel? Bro, being anti-genocide is... What do you mean? Is this guy trying to say that libs are pro-genocide?
Some accusations of anti-Semitism as well. But this is a moment for the Democratic Socialists in Colorado and across the country, right?
Right, there are Democratic Socialists on Denver City Council and in the state legislature, and now soon to be in the Colorado congressional delegation, because obviously a Republican is not going to be competitive in Colorado's first congressional district. Here she comes on the way. All right. Yep. Go ahead and move your camera if you guys want to move the camera over there.
All right, I'm getting out of your way. You
do it. You do it. We'll continue to kind of talk about this here as we get the camera ready for Malak Kiros. Right. We talked about how Israel was a central issue of this race. Diana DeGette, who has been supportive of U.S. aid to Israel over the years. Malak Kiros has called for an all-out arms embargo to Israel.
Yeah, this is the seed. This is the seed, everybody. This is your opportunity, America. Man, just take it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh my gosh, do it. Please. Please do it.
Israel offensive and defensive weapons. She has called the actions of Israel in Gaza a genocide. She has said that the October 7th Hamas massacres of Israelis were the inevitable consequence of apartheid by Israel. In an interview with 9 News, she extrapolated that to say that she thought that 9/11, the terror attacks here, were the inevitable consequence of American foreign policy. Let's listen in here. I can't even see who we're talking about here. Okay, this is a campaign staffer or supporter. So we'll wait until Kiros gets up there to turn things over to her. But where she really ran into some trouble and some controversy in recent weeks is in an interview here on 9 News, in which I asked her if the Boulder firebombing of elderly Jewish people was anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism. And she hedged and said, I don't know what's in the heart of the attacker. And we heard from a lot of folks in the Jewish community that they found that answer to be unacceptable. And certainly Denver's Jewish community has outreach to Malak Kiros, not a monolithic community, but some of that community feel like she hasn't really listened to their concerns. Not that she's going to adopt their policy positions, but hasn't really listened to their concerns. And I think that answer is going to be replayed. It already is being replayed on Fox News and other places to paint her as an extremist. Her view, you can say it's extreme, right? Meaning outside the mainstream. It is also nuanced in the sense that she will explain to you exactly why she believes what she believes, but a good number of people, including within her own party, hear it and say, whoa, that's unacceptable.
But do you think now with this win, she's going to want to appeal to the larger audience here in Colorado, and maybe she strays away from that?
It's a great question. I mean, she has had overtures to the Jewish community in Colorado, and Colorado's first congressional district has the largest Jewish population of any district in the state. She's made
also, Struggle for had Larkin on a stream. Nice. Zaya's a furious. She won, dude. Yeah, I know exactly. This guy's fucking stupid.
overtures to say, I'm not anti-Semitic. I condemn the attacks of October 7th, even if I think that they were inevitable. You know, I condemn the firebombing in Boulder, even if I'm not willing to say that I believe that it's anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism. Again, she will be painted as an extreme reactionary. And I think it's fair to call some of her views extreme if you just look at where the rest of American politics are right now.
What do you mean where the rest of American politics are right now? 70% of America thinks that what Israel is, of Democrats think that what Israel is doing is a genocide. You douche nozzle.
But when you hear her talk about it, you will hear somebody who has the ability to translate those views to a larger audience. As
hey,
indicated by the
Amandine,
fact
welcome.
That she's just won a party primary in Denver. And I don't think that you're...
I don't want to get ahead of my skis here, but my biggest concern with DSA momentum is right now it's a lot on stopping the genocide, which is very popular. By 2028, if that point becomes less powerful, the DSA needs more powerful messaging. No, it's not, though. I think the DSA's messaging, based on what I'm hearing from Mamdani, is about lifting up the working class. And part of lifting up the working class is to be able to respect human rights outside of America's borders, and in order to respect human rights inside America's borders. I think you're looking at it the wrong way. I think the DSA is America first far more than MAGA is. Like, the messaging is very clear in my mind.
You're going to hear the exact same tone on things that you necessarily hear out of New York City. And please, we will go right back to her watch party as soon as she speaks. But obviously, the standard bearer for democratic socialism in America right now is New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, right? Who?
Oh, shit, he couldn't even say his fucking name right, bro.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Mamdani. Listen to that again.
Speaks. But obviously, the standard bearer for democratic socialism in America right now is New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, right?
Mamdani.
Who has some views that are very much outside the mainstream of American politics. He also really tends to pick his battles. He's a phenomenal communicator, no matter what you think of his political ideology, and he picks his battles. Mila Kiros does not strike me, at least in my conversations with her so far and watching her campaign, as somebody who picks her battles. She chooses select all, right? She's willing to fight on any ground for democratic socialism, but like Mamdani, she is an exceptional...
Is this motherfucker just calling him Mamdani? Mamdami? What a dick. Learn his name, bro. You'll sound less racist.
Communicator. She also is a 29-year-old woman, right? And I asked her, like, what experience do you bring that will make you effective in Congress at the age of 29? Right? And that's young.
Well, confidence for one, because she stepped in line, right? There were so many people waiting for Diana to get to find.
Bro, the people voted for her. What's this guy's fucking issue, man? Who is this guy? Who's this tool shed? I want to use words I can't use in public.
Finally retire and walk away. She didn't do that. And Kiros just said, no, I'm here and I'm going to take her on.
Yeah. Do we have the ability to look back into Kiros's party to see what's going on?
So this guy's probably watching fucking Nick Fuentes at home, bro. This guy looks like, bring on the Fourth Reich kind of asshole.
We've got other supporters, we got other supporters who are talking and who are revving up the crowd and so forth. She got an enormous...
If Mila Kairos was fucking 45, we would have gone, she's too black, or does she really represent the community, or what the fuck ever. He'll find a reason to talk down about this candidate. I mean, he can't even say Mamdani's name right. Guy's a prick. He probably plays lacrosse. The smarmy.
Support from democratic socialists outside of Denver, to the point that...
Who the fuck plays lacrosse, man?
Some establishment people kind of prickled at this, which honestly struck me as funny because Diana DeGette got an enormous amount of dark money from outside Colorado to help her. This was one of those races that within the last couple of weeks nationalized. It became a national race in which Diana DeGette said, "Help, I'm drowning, you must send me help." What she got was dollars, which she spent on this TV station and others while she was refusing to come in and answer questions here because she didn't want to get tripped up. But she didn't necessarily have the boots on the ground help that could overcome the advantage that Malak Kiros had built by going door to door. Their phone banking numbers were
Nah. Straight. This is the thing about people like this guy. In moments like this, straight, the thing is, he will tack right. He will play this game of like, oh yeah, I'm just a centrist bullshit. But when it comes time to make the call, this guy will fucking put the swastika on. And he'll start Roman saluting. Never trust motherfuckers like this. Never ever trust them.
Astonishing in the last couple of days. Like, if you are a Democrat in Denver, there's a very good chance that you heard from the Kiros campaign 1, 2, or 13 times. They were very well resourced for a Democratic Socialist campaign, and that's how.
Like I've said time and time again, there is no violence like white fragility. You watch. Read a book called White Fear, a great book about American politics and the majority white demographic who are currently in a really weird place. It speaks about the demographic shift in America over the next, decade or two. 2043, when America will become a minority majority. That is, white people won't be the majority of America anymore. And that is the fear that a lot of Americans are voting with. And never, ever discount the violence of white fragility. And when I look at this guy and the way he talks, I don't see anything different.
That's how they beat Diana DeGette. We'll take you to Malak Kiros when she speaks. First, we want to go to our Phil Lipoff, who is at the DeGette watch party. And Phil, that thing was the sound of a deflating balloon from the start tonight.
Kyle, it was. The minute we got here, we looked around and said there were about 15, 20 people here. It did not have a good feel, and we got here 6:30, even before that first ballot drop. You were just talking about the dollars that she got, that Diana DeGette got. Dollars don't matter, as you know, when there is a groundswell and when your opponent is saying it's the dollars that matter, it's the corporate money that matters. I can tell you this, there are 4 people left in this room right now, 4. 2 of them are photographers, 2 of them are reporters. The bartender's gone, everyone is gone. It was an hour ago that Diana DeGette's campaign manager said to me, this race isn't going to be called tonight, and she's not going to speak tonight. Now, when he said that, I thought the race might be called, but I believed him when he said Diana DeGette was not going to speak tonight. This started, Kyle, as you and I have talked about, from the caucus. I'm almost not getting on the ballot. I spoke to a 30-year supporter of Diana DeGette tonight, who's in his 70s, who said he has spoken.
This one's for you, DeGette. Oh! Save DeGette.
To many younger voters who voted for Diana DeGette at least once, if not more, over the last 30 years, and did not vote for her this time. There was a groundswell. Spencer has been telling you all night about the age of the voters who were at the watch party for Malak Kiros, and that's the tale of the story. There are voters who voted for Diana DeGette in the past who didn't vote for her this time. There was a swell. She was caught off guard. Even her voters tonight told me that. I said, was she...
She was caught off guard. I just showed you a video from fucking... Okay, this is the video I showed everybody before.
You are fundamentally not going to agree with me on this because you think...
that Palestinians deserve to live.
No.
By the way, this was in March. This was on the 20th of March. that this idiot said something like this. How did she not see this groundswell? I disagree with that. She was just too, she was just too happy with the APEC money.
Very much. No, ma'am, that's not it.
Yes, I did record it.
Okay. Here I am.
Hi, Diana. I'm Nicole Shea.
Hi, Nicole.
I am a delegate in Denver. I'm in 5 points.
Okay. Great.
Like you, I really consider myself a women's rights activist. I appreciate the work you've done. I'm just wondering, why do you keep sending money for bombs that Israel is?
Noisy immigrant, why do politicians try to make money by destroying the country and world? Don't they know any currency they actually do get will ultimately become useless because of their actions? I think that's always been the case, right? Throughout history. Destroying and extracting has always been an imperialist thing. But the most potent type of imperialism over the last 600 years has been imperialism based on white supremacy. And that behavior means that immediately every single person, black and brown, are seen as servants who are only made for servitude. And that's how the world has been seen. So, yes, destroying other countries and extracting wealth has happened from the beginning of time. But the most potent version of this is white supremacy. And the last 600 years of European colonization that continues today. Let's not forget. So this type of extractionism on an industrialized scale like this, the mass murder at an industrial scale, the stealing of land at an industrial scale, it is so unique and so large scale. It has never happened in human history. What white supremacy has done is the most potent sort of extermination campaign on the human race. And it needs to be acknowledged that way. So yeah, the structure the structure of oppression you're talking about, Eleni, is so absurdly unique in its violence and extermination. It's crazy to fathom. The scale is unbelievable when you truly think about it.
Is sending to Palestine.
So actually most people think that Israel should be able to defend itself with the Iron Dome. And that's what I'm talking about. But so
defending themselves is different than continuing the genocide in Palestine.
Correct.
You're talking about different subjects, and I'm trying to ask you about the Block the Bombs Act.
Okay, I'll tell you about the Block the Bombs Act. I've read the Block the Bombs Act. The Block the Bombs Act is a very poorly written piece of legislation because it's both too narrow and it's too broad.
It's both too narrow and it's too broad, everybody.
You introduced amendments
Can I finish? I can't introduce amendments because it hasn't been brought up.
Why are you sending money to Israel to commit a genocide in Palestine?
If the only issue that you care about is this issue, then you should not vote for me. Okay? That's what I would say to you.
That's
because
good to know.
I'm not going to agree to spend any more money for offensive weapons to Israel, period. When we did the...
Weapons are offensive, no matter what kind
I understand you say that.
I'm a constituent asking a very direct question to you, and you're not answering it. If you think that you are, you don't understand what your constituents really want and need.
What I don't appreciate is when somebody misstates what
I don't like genocide enablers. That's what I don't like.
I
think that's a little bit worse than anything that you could perceive as rude for your constituents confronting you over not representing our values.
Sir, I don't appreciate when people mischaracterize. I'm happy to explain my position.
So is your character that you do not care about Palestinian children
No, I do
dying?
care about Palestinian
So then why do you keep
That is
approving
why-
more arms to go to Israel?
So
we wouldn't be fighting Iran right now if we had done an arms embargo a year ago, 2 years ago. We've let them run rogue because of representatives like you taking AIPAC money.
Did take one AIPAC donation.
One AIPAC donation.
The October 6th thing, and then I refused. Any more PAC money. I have not taken.
So
any
you
PAC
still
money.
vote?
Yeah, exactly. That's when she lost the race. Like, she's been losing the race for months. What do you mean she didn't see the swell coming? She saw it coming, but she didn't change her view.
No, let me
To
tell you,
approve funds for Israel and they're not even paying you? That's kind of crazy. Is it hard to keep track of who gives you money after 30 years in office? Do you think that maybe we should have people that have more stake in the future than you do representing us and making decisions for our future?
Nobody can buy my vote. I don't care who that is.
Okay.
I don't care who that is.
I think it's been
Nobody will
happening
buy
for
my
over
vote.
30 years.
I'm glad you think that, but it's
Yeah.
incorrect.
Okay.
Thank you for
A person,
coming. I appreciate it.
Yep.
a person so tone deaf. How the fuck did her campaign people with all of those hundreds of thousands of dollars not see this coming? I find it so hard to believe this reporting. This is liberal media cope. This piece of shit is just, covering for her ass. It's bullshit.
Complacent after 30 years. This was the first real challenge she's had in 30 years. And they said, I wouldn't use the word complacent, but I would say she was surprised.
I agree,
by how this whole thing progressed. And that is where we are tonight. This room is completely empty. Diana DeGette is not going to speak tonight. And the AP has called the race from Melat Kiros.
It is not shocking that this happened, Phil, because we knew that Kiros was going to run a competitive race down the stretch. It is still going to take a lot of Coloradans by surprise to see that the woman who inherited this seat from Pat Schroeder, a legend.
This video, this is a YouTube video. Oh, you mean the X video? Hold up. Let me just share the link with you. Can you see the link? Can you see the link?
Of American politics.
Oh, the guy speaking is YouTube. The guy speaking is YouTube. It's over here.
And who was a vocal progressive for years, even if she stayed as somewhat of a backbencher in Congress and wasn't very prominent, that this is how her career ends tonight, with a bit of a whimper.
And look, Kyle, the way it began was when Pat Schroeder retired and she was considered the younger, more progressive candidate who was going to take the torch. Well, tonight, 30 years later.
No. Look it up. She's minimizing. I looked it up. After she lost, she really did get some million AIPAC money through some other org. She's making it. MSM reported it. Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. Who the fuck would believe her after that video, right? Like, you could tell she is not a person you can trust. Not a politician you can trust.
The exact amount of time that Pat Schroeder held the seat, she is now handing the torch, not willingly, to a younger, more progressive candidate.
Yep. Not by choice. And that's how it ends for Diana DeGette. Phil Lipoff, thank you very much. Again, we will take you inside Melat Kiros' victory party tonight as soon as she speaks.
And that was brilliant because she was supposed to handpick her replacement after this term, making it much harder to replace her. Yeah.
We'll hear from the first Democratic socialist ever elected to Congress out of Colorado. We want to take a quick look at the results in the Democratic primary in Colorado's 8th congressional district. This will be the race to watch in November, one of the few competitive races.
The world, like America, like what you need to understand is your situation, whether you like it or not, is so linked to American foreign policy. You cannot disconnect those two things. Your domestic policy and your foreign policy are not two separate things that you need to look at in separate ways. If your foreign policy doesn't call for human rights for all, your domestic policy is going to follow that. If your country can look at people in another place and treat them like second-class human beings, then they will treat you like second-class human beings. It's either liberation for all or liberation for nobody. It's either structural violence for... It's not structural violence for one and, freedom for the other. It's all structural violence. You either give a fuck about foreign policy, about how your country treats people in other countries, or if you don't give a fuck about that, then be ready for that to happen to you. No matter who you are, even MAGA. This is the time to give a shit about your foreign policy. Care about it. Because we are a global human race now. We're all connected. And you have to understand these things. Because that's why politics are changing. It's because people understand that you can't just have all the riches by mass murdering people somewhere else. Like, that doesn't work anymore. Because we see it.
That Colorado expects between Democrats and Republicans in November. And tonight, Democrats overwhelmingly selected State Representative Manny Rutinel to represent them against Republican Congressman Gabe Evans. Gabe Evans, just the second person to represent that 4-year-old district. It was a Democratic seat for 2 years, Republican seat for 2 years. And then in November, voters will decide whether Manny Rutinel should return it to Democratic hands or whether Gabe Evans should.
Speaking of structural violence, I've been disgusted by the new move on orders. On orders? Give me more context, Lava, what you're talking about. It's growing, doing my part here in my city and trying to recruit, and why, and we can all help other candidates have hope. Yeah. Oh, the homelessness. Yes. Homeless people, man. Like, again, we have a neoliberal government, neoliberal white supremacist government in power, very much driven by corporate money and, by Western norms. And hopefully, we can get rid of that shit. But yeah, it is a phase. It's not like just a phase for Aotearoa, right? Like, this is what Aotearoa, this is what New Zealand is. New Zealand is a colony. New Zealand is a white supremacist nation because of its history. And the rules are apartheid-esque. Already. So this is a natural state of play, Lava. This is how this country has always been. If we're going to change, we've got to change the fundamental structure of this country. We've got to break all of it. New Zealand is this way. New Zealand is a white supremacist, racist nation.
Should earn a second term. The 8th Congressional District is the 40% Latino Hispanic district, which stretches from the northern suburbs of Denver up to Weld County.
Let's listen to her victory speech. Oh, what?
Malak Quiros will be speaking momentarily at her victory party tonight in Denver. The 29-year-old corporate attorney turned barista.
Hey, did my internet just go down? Did you guys experience like an outage or something?
Has defeated Democratic Congresswoman Diana DeGette, ending one of the longer careers in Democratic political history. DeGette held that seat for 15 terms and rarely had a challenger. This year, Malak Quiros pulled off what was long thought to be impossible, good. And she has changed Denver's Democratic Party structure and Colorado politics in doing so. Let's listen in.
Tonight, this victory belongs to every single one of you! Woo! Denver voters of all ages, of all races, of all religions, sense a clear message. We will not wait to end the genocide in Palestine.
Globalized intifada.
Let's go!
We believe that fundamental change can and will happen if we fight for it.
Yes!
If we...
Hey, but one second, Mila, what about the Strait of Hormuz?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
We organize and show no fear in standing up for what's right. That is the message that Denver has sent to both parties, to Donald Trump, and to the entire country.
Yes!
I want everyone in this room to take just a moment and look at the people around you. Strangers to you just a year ago, just a few months ago. But tonight, together, you are all something else. Tonight, you are proof.
This is Sparta!
Globalized intifada.
1 year ago, 1 year ago, a lot of experienced people told us this was impossible. They said you can't win without corporate PAC money. They said you can't beat a 30-year incumbent. They said the establishment and the oligarchy is just too big and too powerful to overcome. That's what they said. But 1 year, 6,500 volunteers, 1,115,000 doors.
Wow.
500,000 calls later.
Yo!
You are the proof that the power of organized people beats the power of organized money.
Yes! Yes! Let's go!
I have to take a moment.
So there we are.
And thank every single one of you in this room, to every single person that has volunteered, that has supported this campaign, to Justice Democrats, to Denver DSA.
Yo! Oh my! This is a speech.
To the Working Families Party, to Sunrise, to our incredible team, Matt Group, Rebecca, Howard, Susie, Ellis, Marissa, Lauren, Bill, Jackson, Jay, Ethan, Deep, Sarah, Casey, Michelle. To every single volunteer who knocked on a door, who made a phone call, who talked to your friend, who talked to your coworker, who talked to your neighbor, and made a choice to believe that a better world is possible if only we fight for it. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Congresswoman Diana DeGette. I am grateful for her service and her fight for reproductive freedom.
Wait. Someone in the chat, who said that? Someone in the chat said, but did she condemn Hassan? Oh, Excalibur!
She helped build the community that welcomed my family to this city and to this district, and I'll always be grateful for that. And I want to thank the one and only Senator Bernie Sanders for his support.
Yeah.
And to every single progressive running in Colorado, across the country, across this state for inspiration, for solidarity. Tonight we saw wins down ballot. We saw Cello win. We saw Iris win. We are winning from coast to coast, from every level of office. We are taking back our party and our country. I want to tell you something about why this campaign matters, because it matters for what comes next. When I wrote a letter defending students' rights to protest the genocide in Gaza, my law firm told me, take it down or you're fired. I didn't flinch because I stood by every word, and I always will. But I know that will not be the only moment where those in power will tell me to change my tune, to not rock the boat. That seems to happen a lot in Congress. But here in Denver, we stand by our values and we stand with our community. We are days away from embarking on the 250th anniversary of the founding of this country. I've been thinking a lot about what that means. The promise is made, the promise is unfulfilled, that this country belongs to everyone who loves it and what it stands for, not just the people born here, not just the people who look a certain way, but everyone who believes that democracy is worth defending and that every person is deserving of dignity. To my incredible family, y'all hear them, right? To my parents, to my cousins, to my aunties, to my uncles, to my baby sister. I'm about the same age that my dad was when he came to this country. Betting on the promise, he chose Denver to be our home because he knew that this city would welcome us. And that same city just voted to send a 29-year-old recovering lawyer, barista, immigrant, Democratic socialist to Congress!
Oh my God!
Globalized intifada.
Denver, the future is being written right now. Nothing is set in stone. We won tonight, but this is about something so much bigger than this moment, than one moment. This is a movement.
I honestly thought she was gonna say this is Sparta. Oh my gosh, do it. Just say it, please. This is Sparta!
Democratic Socialist Malat Quiros headed to Congress to represent Denver, putting the political establishment on notice with her victory tonight, thanking Democratic Congresswoman Diana DeGette for her service, in particular for what she did to build the community that welcomed the Quiros family to Denver from Ethiopia when they moved here when Quiros was just...
Yeah, this guy is fucking upset. They cut her off. They cut her off because of that. Look at this prick.
Just a baby. When Diana DeGette was just starting her political career. If you're new to Malat Quiros, you just got a taste of her oratory, so you can tell why she's become an effective advocate for her viewpoints. Her viewpoints are going to get a lot of scrutiny.
This guy is about to put on like a fucking SS helmet and like fucking Sieg Heil Donald Trump, bro. This guy is about ready.
In the days, weeks, months, and years to come, Democrats and Republicans underestimate her at their peril. Thank you for being with us for election coverage tonight.
Have a good night.
He has the haircut.
There is a case
Oh, shit. Oh, America, America. Watching you is like watching a season of Desperate Housewives. Not that I've ever watched a season of Desperate Housewives. It's mostly shit. But there's probably some good stuff, you know? Okay. So let's watch this. This is another nice one. Supreme Court Supreme Court strikes down Trump's birthright citizenship curbs. So this happened today as well. The birthright citizenship thing, and people were not happy. Desperate Housewives is low-key pretty damn good. Really? It's actually romantic.
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
You know what? That presenter should...
He should kiss my ass.
That's what I think. Okay? He should definitely...
He should kiss my ass.
5'4" is crazy. Yeah. Let's listen Bloomberg's report on this.
There is a case exactly on point, which I was talking about before, which is the one Ark case, where a person was born in the United States to Chinese parents, and he left the country, and they tried to stop him from coming back in. So since that time, the question has been considered settled. And this is called, what the issue is in this case is, are you subject to the jurisdiction of the United States if you were born to someone, let's say, with a green card or someone who is here illegally? And just, it's been settled for so long.
Wait, guys, there's no such thing as illegal. Calling anyone who calls another human being illegal has already lost the argument. They just don't know it yet. Stop calling people. Stop calling people illegal, please. Okay, that's the first thing. Decolonize your mind. Decolonize your mind. We do not call human beings illegal anymore. Say it with me. We do not call human beings illegal anymore. We do not call human beings illegal anymore. Decolonize your mind. Bit by bit.
And that's why during the oral arguments, I mean, Justice Kagan brought up the fact that the Trump side was using things like a speech at Lincoln's funeral to try to substantiate their argument. I mean, before this, you really hadn't heard that much about birthright citizenship being, unconstitutional. So it would have taken the Supreme Court a lot to come here and say, no, we're overturning that 100-year-old law, which they've overturned a 90-year-old decision yesterday. So, I mean, they could do it, and they have done things like that. So, but still, it would have taken a lot. And also, just as Alexa said before, it goes to the concept of being an American citizen, and what does that mean? And also, how would it, some of the justices said, how would this work in practicality? Do you give birth to a baby, you bring your, birth certificate or your passport with you, and then, I mean, how would it work logically?
Would it have been retroactive or to children born after the decision? I guess we don't know.
They say that it wouldn't have been retroactive, but the people who were fighting it said, how can you say that? It might have been. I mean, right. the law, think about what's been happening for all these years with the Dreamers who were, there's still, people agree that they should get citizenship, but still there's no path for them to get citizenship. And they're all
been so
living
long.
In this. Yeah, really, you would think. So imagine what would happen if all of a sudden you said, okay, no baby born here is an American citizen. I mean, it would really cause an upheaval. I've got to say, though, that Trump today, I saw that he, on his Truth Social, said there are other ways to do this, which is, and they've tried. By the way, Lindsey Graham, years ago, offered a birthright citizenship elimination bill. And it has happened, but, to get support in the Congress, to get support for anything in the Congress right now, but especially that, would be very unpopular because most Americans, according to polls, believe in this. Well, it's the way it's the way we've always understood it. So.
I want to welcome back Leon Fresco. He's an immigration attorney at Holland and Knight. So, Leon, we did get the headline, the news that the Supreme Court strikes down Trump's birthright citizenship curbs. Do we know whether it strikes it down at the case level, the case law level, or does it go towards back to the Constitution saying, hey, this is in the Constitution?
I am shocked because there are justices who are willing to say it's actually in the Constitution.
Whoa, Excalibur! Straight for the jugular, as the Mexicans would say. Jugular.
And that's the end of the story there, that people who are born, even if their parents are unlawfully here, are quote unquote subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And that means that now, unless some future Supreme Court tried to change this, or alternatively, Congress passed a constitutional amendment, this is going to mean that birthright citizenship is what we've historically understood as, which is everybody born here is a citizen unless our parents are diplomats, essentially, or some other very, very discrete category.
Leon, I think there's something wrong with your internet connection. All right, you know what? Fuck this. This guy's full of shit. Anyway, birthright citizenship struck down. Excellent news. Well done, America. Okay, we're moving into the next phase. Next phase of this live is PBS just released 6 hours ago. Released a documentary called Behind the Alliance Between Trump and Mohammed bin Salman. I watched about 40% of it. It is incredible. It could have been 43%. I don't know. Okay. It's incredible and I think very informative. We should watch it just to understand the psychology of American foreign policy. Noisy, did you see the golden eagle that Trump is? Yeah. It looks like the Yahtzee bird, eh? Yeah. It looks like the Yahtzee bird, yeah. Yes. Okay, so this is what we're going to be listening to TikTok and watching on YouTube and Twitch. I don't know if YouTube is going to be okay with me showing this. I will be, running commentary over the top of it, but YouTube is pretty strict on this stuff. I don't think PBS particularly minds, but we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't cause the YouTube live to just go down. It has before. But if YouTube does go down, guys, jump on Twitch, okay? If YouTube does go down, please jump on Twitch. Hopefully it won't. Here's the name of the documentary. I'll just chuck it in chat. What? Why didn't I copy it? What? Paste? Why? Bro, what's going on? Copy. Paste. There it is. All right. Let's get into it. Hey, Manda.
President Trump thinks that MBS is a great thing for Saudi Arabia, that he's doing a wonderful job, that he's investing in the United States. He sees that there's kind of a realist calculation about what America's interest.
I'm not going to lie. This is a bit of an emotional roller coaster. We've had the highs. Now we're going to go into some of the dark stuff. And yeah.
And it is to remain very closely allied with MBS.
Correspondent Martin Smith examines the alliance between Mohammed bin Salman and Donald Trump.
Why did President Trump see the Saudis as important to his America First agenda?
President Trump saw Saudi Arabia as really the linchpin to the modern Middle East.
They buy apartments from me, they spend $40 million, $50 million. Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
Now on Frontline, the Crown Prince and the President.
This program contains graphic imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
Honestly, I didn't see any graphic imagery. I think by PBS standards, graphic imagery is not not anything like what we've been seeing anyway. So I think I'm desensitized.
President Trump is hosting the Saudi Crown Prince at the White House today.
The Crown Prince is arriving around 11 a.m. for a series of meetings.
For years, MBS, as he's widely known, was shunned on the world stage. Now, President Trump will bestow on the 4-year-old
Trump is
ruler
graphic
the
imagery.
pomp and pageantry usually reserved for.
There's probably a close-up of the Nussi.
An official state visit.
Oh, I love you, Chad.
The President of the United States.
This is his first visit to the United States
He should
since the
kiss my
2018
ass.
murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi, which U.S. intelligence assessed the Crown Prince knew about, even though he's denied it.
Can someone explain to me why it's called the White House? Like, is that just openly racist? Like white people in a house? Or am I misreading the situation?
Quite the welcome at the White House for the Saudi Crown Prince.
Aircraft flying in formation over President Trump, who literally rolled out the red carpet to welcome Mohammed bin Salman.
This is the grandest reception that essentially we've seen for any foreign leader during this second Trump term.
And why? Well, it's all about the money.
From Saudi plans to invest billions of dollars in the United States to a joint security agreement.
We have a extremely respected man in the Oval Office today, and a friend of mine for a long time. What he's done is incredible.
This is funny. While Trump has been, lodging MBS's nuts in his throat, now he's moved over to Xi's nuts because, now Xi is the important guy, and he well and truly, Xi's nuts are well and truly lodged in Trump's esophagus. Xi's nuts. And let me just tell you this. Donald Trump's throat is far more DEI than his policies. Xi's nuts.
In terms of human rights and everything else, you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President. Today and tomorrow, we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of real investment and real opportunity.
I like that very much.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia?
There is a popular misconception that the White House was first painted white to cover the scorch marks left by British soldiers who burned the house on August 24th, 1814. In fact, the White House first received a lime-based whitewash in 1798 to protect its sandstone exterior from moisture and cracking during winter. Yeah, a likely explanation though. my clothes brush. Like if you made it because you wanted it to be for white people, you may not, write it on Wikipedia.
Arabia while you're president, is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. Why should Americans trust you? ABC News.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the worst in the business. But I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
I have nothing to do with the family business. What my family does is fine.
I have nothing to do with the family business, bro. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. I have nothing to do with the family business, but my whole family works in my administration. Oh, it's a fucking joke. It's a joke, everybody. It's a fucking... Donald Trump, his administration, American laws, rules, jokes.
As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
Last November, in 2025, President Trump welcomed him very warmly at the White House. The Crown Prince certainly must have felt better to be welcomed back into the White House. When he shook hands with MBS, Trump said something like, "I don't mind shaking that hand. I don't care where it's been."
I grabbed that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand's been.
He was basically alluding to the blood on MBS's hands and saying, "I still don't mind shaking it."
I've covered the U.S.-Saudi relationship for over 20 years.
By the way, this doco has a lot about Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist who was murdered by MBS and his administration. This has a lot of information about that. I found it fascinating to learn about that, honestly. Like, it's so brutal and so upfront. Like, you could see it.
We're delighted to have you with us at the White House. Very special. Very, very special.
I've seen many ups and downs, but the friendship under Trump is something altogether different. This is a story about the alliance between Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, and President Donald Trump. It is based on over 100 interviews I have done here and abroad. What forces bind these men and their countries together? And to what end?
Bro, I think we have a MAGA cuck in the chat in TikTok. I think we have a proper MAGA loser in the chat. Just be careful, chat. Just be careful. Just be careful. Like, MAGA is like the human centipede of politics, you know?
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
In the beginning, a close friendship between Donald Trump and Saudi Arabia, a deeply conservative Muslim country, home to 15 of the 19 9/11 hijackers, seemed unlikely. During his 2016 campaign, Trump stoked anti-Muslim fears. America first was his mantra.
And if I win, I've made it known, they're going back. We can't have them. They're going back.
In 2016, he rails against Muslims, and he promises that his administration is going to put American interests first, and we're not going to embroil ourselves in the Middle East in particular.
For Trump, they are Muslims, and they are Muslims. They are Muslims who, according to him, are preying on the social services and the social safety net of this country.
I want surveillance of certain mosques, okay? If that's okay. I want surveillance.
And they are the Muslims with a bottomless well of wealth that can enrich him, enrich his family, enrich, contribute to his businesses, that can...
Yeah, white supremacy has always been kind of the, we'll give you a little, pass to be a white supremacist with us. We'll give you some privileges if you just play along with us. These are Indians who do this. I call them house curries. But every culture has people who kiss white supremacist ass, who want adjacency with white supremacy. Every culture has it. Every ethnicity has it. These are the people who bring so much violence towards their own race of people, because white supremacy ultimately is a violent structure of oppression. So based on white supremacist definitions, people who play along just to fill their own pockets bring a lot of violence to their own people. It's fucking insane.
Can come in the country, build the factories that he wants to build for his supporters, invest in infrastructure, and buy our weapons.
They got nothing but money. If the right person asks them, they pay a fortune.
In his mindset, they are his people and they are the other people. And the Saudi royal family are his people.
Saudi Arabia, and I get along great with all of them. They buy apartments from me, they spend 40 million, 50 million. Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
I agree. White supremacy has gone against the U.S. Constitution and they are very violent. The white supremacy wrote the U.S. Constitution. Like, that's why, like, white supremacy was the reason that it exists. America's foundations are white supremacist. It's not that white supremacy has gone against the Constitution. White supremacy is trying to restore it to its historical brilliance as they see it.
But you know, Saudi Arabia makes $1 billion a day. A day.
Why did President Trump see the Saudis as important to his America First agenda?
President Trump saw Saudi Arabia as really the linchpin to the modern Middle East.
Victoria Coates was Trump's Deputy National Security Advisor for Middle Eastern Affairs.
When President Trump came into office, he saw the relationship in some disrepair, and so he saw a real opportunity there. And also in the person of the Crown Prince, a future leader who was very interested in modernizing the kingdom.
It was just after Trump's 2016 surprise election that the Saudis sent a delegation to New York. They were looking to reset relations with the U.S. I sat down with Middle East envoy Martin Indyk in 2019.
The Constitution, I honestly, like, based on the politics at the time, based on the attitudes in 1776, I don't think the Constitution was meant to include Native Americans and black people or people of color. I don't think they ever meant, the founding fathers ever meant to include the Constitution. I know that a whole bunch of people in America are like, oh, if the founding fathers saw America now, they'd be upset. Yeah, they would be upset, but not for the reasons you think. I think the founding fathers would be upset because black and brown people have rights, not because there's a closeness between church and state. I really think there's a misnomer of what America's Constitution's true legacy is. Yeah, it can change over time, but I think Donald Trump is living up to the reality of what it is.
He has since passed away.
Suddenly, here's a new president coming in. Nobody really knows what he's going to do, except a lot of the things he said seem to be quite worrying, and they needed contact. And so that the real challenge for the Saudis was to try to find a way in.
And they identified the son-in-law of the president, Jared Kushner, and most of the people around Trump as basically a blank slate in terms of their approach to the region, not deep in their knowledge, coming to it fresh, and with a very transactional mindset. And they came with a checkbook, hoping that by making some investments in red states, they could win the favor of the new Trump administration.
Khalid al-Faleh, a high-level Saudi official, was among several Saudis who reached out to the incoming administration. Did you meet with Jared Kushner?
I have met with.
That's why the 14th Amendment is under attack. Yeah. Noisy, I just finished college, U.S. history pre-1877. You are 100% correct. Yeah, so for those people who want to understand what America, the United States of America stood for that time when they were fighting for independence against the British. A great book is by Gerald Horne called The Counter-Revolution of 1776. And I think every single human being on this planet, or at least every single American, should read that book. Gerald Horne is an incredible human being, and he's written it from a context that you would never have seen before, because you're often, I think Americans are often gaslit about what the United States fought for against Britain. Okay, so I think there is a delusion in America that its foundations are just, that its foundations are built on strength and inclusivity. It's the opposite. It's built on fragility. It's built on exclusion.
A couple of times, yes.
You identified, or the team that you were part of identified Jared Kushner as a promising interlocutor. Can you recount what happened?
Well, first of all, it is natural between any two allies, as governments change, to reach out to them. You try to understand what are the priorities and how can you strengthen the relationship. We were enthusiastic. This is a government that is going to be pro-business, pro-investment, and of course we are a big investor. We have great interests in the U.S.
The appointment of Jared Kushner, unofficially, even during the transition period, as his contact, was probably seen with relief. These are family monarchies, right? In Saudi Arabia and the smaller states. And the idea that President Trump would send his son-in-law, I think they probably found reassuring. And certainly a direct conduit to the man not having to go through, layers of State Department and things like that.
Kushner did not respond to our request for an interview, but he has spoken publicly about an early encounter with the Saudis. On one podcast, he said a member of the Saudi delegation brought up his inexperience.
The guy I was with, Jared, he says, you don't know much about Saudi Arabia, do you? I said, no, I don't. It's just really what I've kind of been told or what I read. And he says, okay, we want to be great allies with America.
Do you know about that meeting?
Yes, of course. I heard about it from Jared Kushner himself. He asked them for a document. They produced a document.
What were they offering?
Basically, an extremely strong strategic relationship, financial investments. They wanted to turn the page with the United States and build an entirely new.
So here's a bit of a contextual moment. One of the main reasons October the 7th also happened when it did is because Saudi Arabia was very close to signing the Abraham Accords. Extremely close. In fact, the deal was close to being closed. And when October the 7th happened, it was a reaction to the fact that Palestine would be written out of even the two-state solution. And that's when October the 7th happened. It was as a reaction to basically just wiping out Palestinian identity. If Saudi Arabia signed that document, the state of Palestine would have been written out of history in a stroke of a pen. And this is where, the Israelis, the Americans pushed with the Abraham Accords, with making Jerusalem the capital of Israel, recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. It has been a step-by-step process of writing Palestinians out of history until October the 7th happened. And then look what's happened now. October the 7th brought so much focus back to Palestine and the history of Palestine, educated so many people about Palestine, that there is no way Saudi Arabia is just going to sign that document without repercussions, because the world knows if that document had been signed before October the 7th, 2023, I think most of the world would have just been like, just another peace deal. Most of the world, including me, because I wasn't paying attention at all to what was going on. And then October the 7th happened. Everyone started to go, okay, what the fuck is going on here? And people educated themselves. This is where the fear is coming from. Because the West was like, oh, we've gotten away with this. We've gotten away with this generational injustice. And they're trying and trying and trying to wait it out so that people just forget. But it's not happening.
To a relationship.
And they came home with a report to the royal court that said this new president has a very transactional mindset, more so than other administrations. That's how he and the people around him approach the world.
Prior to Trump's victory, Kushner was a real estate developer who...
So when people say things like, oh, how can October the 7th ever be justified? The thing isn't about justification. It's more about what America was doing with Israel all through that time coming up to October the 7th. The signals were so loud that they wanted to write Palestinians out of history completely. And they kept pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and they'd been doing it for decades, and it was bound to happen. It was absolutely bound to happen. And this is where the geopolitical aspect of this, you need to understand, right? So that whenever someone tries to gaslight you about October the 7th, you have to be able to stand your ground from a logic perspective and say, look, no one likes violence. No one wants violence. We are an anti-war movement. We are an anti-violence movement. You cannot blame the Palestinians for wanting self-determination when America and Israel and the West with its institutions have basically signaled to the Palestinian people for decades that their existence is going to be written out of history. That's why October the 7th was bound to happen. You can't do that to a people. So, yeah, we're against violence. We are for international law. International law was not being respected before October the 7th for these reasons. And you have to be clear about that. You have to be clear about the geopolitical situation, because most of these people will gaslight you as an anti-Semite, but they won't see the signs. It's like the what is the Treaty of Versailles, right? The Treaty of Versailles. The Treaty of Versailles drove Hitler to World War II. Okay, the Treaty of Versailles was like humiliation on the German people that drove a psychopath mass murderer to destroy. So actions have consequences. And 77 years of land theft and expansionism is just insane to say that these people shouldn't react to anything. So, yeah, you can't, we can never say violence is justified, but we can also point out the fact that violence was inevitable because of the behavior of the West. And the international community did nothing to stop it. Institutions around the world did absolutely nothing to stop it.
Who headed a firm he inherited from his father, a New Jersey real estate baron who'd been convicted of multiple counts of tax evasion and witness tampering.
Obviously, Jared Kushner is a very interesting character because his father was arrested, and it put him as kind of the person in charge of the family business at a very young age when he was still in law school, and took over this real estate business that his father had created while his father was in prison and was on trial and in prison.
Are you saying they deserved it? What do you mean, are you saying they deserved it? It's an important thing to understand that We are not for violence. People who were calling for Palestinian liberation were calling for that because they didn't want violence to happen. But the world didn't listen. It's not that they deserved it. It was inevitable.
The Kushner family's fortunes would soon turn. In 2006, his father was released from prison, and shortly after, Jared fell for Ivanka Trump over a business lunch. After they married, Kushner would become one of President Trump's.
I see. Ranville, got it. Would Palestine be erased if October the 7th didn't happen? Yeah, absolutely. But also the thing is, Palestine was being erased before that. Palestine was being erased. Like, there was no other way to explain it. Because that moment, October the 7th, was inevitable because there was expansionism in the West Bank. There's the mowing the lawn that was happening in Gaza. There's the Abraham Accords you cannot ignore. There was making Jerusalem the capital of Israel against all international law. There was the wall against the West Bank, which was said to be against international law. So all of these things are happening to a people, and to not expect them to return with violence is crazy. I mean, you're doing so much violence to a population, and then to go, yeah, we're safe is fucking nuts.
Top advisors.
He's become our principal negotiator with Iran, Ukraine, certainly in Gaza.
Jared Kushner will be in charge of that.
I don't think that was initially what he planned. I think he is a business guy who kind of wandered into the Arab world.
Yeah, inevitable is very important because I think fundamentally we are not for violence, right? But if someone threatens my home, I will, if I have to use violence, I will use it. Like, if someone comes into my home and threatens my family, I will fucking use, I will protect our family, man. Like, what the fuck? So, I don't want violence. Just, things inevitably happen when you keep threatening people's lives for so long, for decades. It's insane that people are being gaslit for saying that Israel is committing massive human rights violations against the Palestinian people and their right to self-determination. It's crazy. But that's how the media has done it. That's how the narrative has been constructed to make you feel like a bigot for calling for the rights of the Palestinians to be upheld. That is what the media, international law, everybody has done because they have capitulated to, in particular, American imperialism. As much as you can say this is Israel, this is about American power, American influence, American corruption. America is the power behind this. America is the driver. America is the sponsor. America provides Israel with everything it needs.
That was his initial plan, but he got in deeper and deeper.
As a grandson of Holocaust survivors, Kushner was an Orthodox Jew who already had close ties to Israel through business investments and a personal relationship with Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
The president has the right to appoint basically who he wants.
Kurt Mills is the executive director of the American Conservative, an influential right-leaning magazine.
I don't think, Kushner having limited diplomatic experience should have been disqualifying. I think what was concerning is that he was tripling down on favoring one side of the region against the other.
Israel
and its allies, yeah.
Do you think he was getting educated by the...
Yeah, but shits and giggles, you got to understand. Israel has done that with the West's blessing. They have done it without any consequences from the people who sponsor them. That is the part that allows Israel to continue to do what it does. Israel couldn't do this by itself. Israel could not do it by itself. Hey, Practical Magic. And this is where I think people need a reality check. I think they're over-indexing on how much Zionism controls America. America doesn't need control to do bad shit, bro. Americans don't need to be controlled. American governments, anyway, don't need to be controlled to do horrible shit to other human beings. They've been doing it for fucking centuries.
The Israelis as to what...
Like I said, the foundations of America are built on white fragility and racist ideology.
Opportunity the Saudis might present?
I don't think you have to go too deep. I mean, the relationship between Kushner and the Netanyahu family is very, very, very strong. And so instruction, education, symbiotic information, all there.
Kushner has dismissed concerns about his close ties to Israel. And early on,
why did Obama fail in regard to stopping Israel? Because Obama didn't want to stop Israel. In fact, the largest partnership deal happened under Obama, which was a $38 billion investment over 10 years, $3.8 billion a year. That was signed under the Obama administration. Obama just gaslit Americans too. Obama was a person. As much as people are like, oh, first black president, it didn't matter because he was part of American imperialism. His blackness didn't matter. His blackness was almost weaponized to continue American imperialist policies. And people just ate it up because, first black president.
on, Trump put him in charge of forging a new Middle East peace plan.
Bear in mind that in the first term, the president's first remit to Jared was to get to a Palestinian deal. We spent a year working on the peace plan, and I was the NSC liaison for Jared and for Jason Greenblatt during that process, and that was a good faith effort.
Jason Greenblatt. For over 20 years, Greenblatt worked closely with Trump, eventually rising to become executive vice president and chief legal officer of the Trump Organization. After he was elected, Trump assigned Greenblatt to work with Kushner. But you had no Middle East experience?
Same answer as Jared. No Middle East experience. If anything, I was de-experienced, right? I had my pro-Israel, my negative Saudi.
How are you?
Our immediate task was to try to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which by definition to us didn't just include an agreement with the Israelis and the Palestinians, but as many of the Arab countries as possible.
While preparing for the job, they consulted some of the veterans of Middle East diplomacy. But in the end, they rejected their advice.
The people who were trying to explain to me how to do the job, who I sought their opinions out, number one, had no track record of success, and number two, were giving me advice that just didn't make logical sense.
I don't think Kushner felt that he needed to get briefed by anybody who had expertise in the region. They didn't think they had anything to learn from us. On the contrary, they viewed us as failures, particularly when it came to the peace process.
We don't need to listen to them.
Right, they had no interest in listening to us.
I'll pause a little bit because Martin is no longer with us, and I don't want to say anything unkind because I liked him genuinely as a person. I spent a lot of time with Martin. I heard him out, and I found the conversations useful, like everything is useful when you're trying to absorb like a sponge. But there's a difference between listening and learning and accepting. Just because we didn't think Martin's way was correct doesn't mean we didn't listen and try to understand it. They feel upset that we didn't.
Hey, Janelle, we're listening to Behind the Alliance Between Trump and Mohammed bin Salman. It's a new PBS documentary.
and take their advice and run with it.
I also spoke with John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor, who has since become a vocal critic. Did you ever have any concerns about Kushner's ability? Was that an issue?
Well, it depended on what he was doing. And since a lot of it looked to be more dilettante's interest in this issue or that issue or the other issue, as I say, it didn't really distract my attention. He did get into some things in terms of immigration policy, for example, to try and help Trump out. It was really very hard to define what he was there to do until he began to work on his Middle East peace plan.
Struggling to get Palestinians and Israelis to come to terms, Kushner would push to get Arab states to recognize Israel. Saudi Arabia was considered the key.
Saudi Arabia was considered sort of the big prize, the big kahuna of all of this.
Why?
Largest country in the Arab world, major role in Islam because they are the home of Mecca and Medina. A lot of other countries would look to Saudi Arabia. So I think if they forged a deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia, I think President Trump would have thought it would be a feather in his cap.
Kushner proposed that President Trump accept a Saudi invitation to go to Riyadh for his first foreign trip. The trip was opposed by many advisors. Give me a sense of the debate that was going on inside the administration over that trip.
Well, the pros are we can't pretend they're not important. We need a strong, good relationship with Saudi Arabia. They're going to be essential to any kind of peace process with the Palestinians. We need oil. We need money. We need them to buy our defense. But there were others who felt that they were bad guys, so they just felt it was not the right move.
I want DR Congo to beat England. I don't care. I don't care, British people. I want DR Congo to upset England. Oh, how delicious.
What do you think of that decision?
That would be.
I thought it was crazy.
Joseph Westphal was ambassador to Saudi Arabia under President Obama.
T from Tintin.
I thought it was good that he went to Saudi Arabia, but not to be the first country. I think he should have followed the tradition of, going to Mexico and Canada first.
But objections to the Saudi trip were dismissed. Kushner would become the administration's primary contact with the Saudis. In the run-up to the trip, he even exchanged text messages with MBS. Jared Kushner becomes a kind of point person. Was that ever something that raised your eyebrows?
Well, Jared could perform whatever function he wanted to because his father-in-law was the president. It was not a problem for me. He was much more a problem, I think, at the State Department.
In February of 2017, I had my first visit with MBS in his palace office. He spoke off the record, but what was clear is that he was very excited that President Trump was coming to Saudi Arabia.
Seduction.
When Trump arrived in Riyadh.
Oh, by the way, Lava, this might disappoint you a little bit. Lumumba Mayor signed a deal with Rexona, and FIFA posted an ad with him hawking, peddling Rexona. Yeah, he went all capitalist, bro. He went all capitalist, Lava. I'm so sorry to burst your bubble.
Riyadh, MBS and his father, King Salman, pulled out all the stops. They wanted Trump's loyalty as much as Trump and Kushner wanted them.
The grandeur of this welcome is so different from past presidents.
Really just showing how excited this country is that President Trump has chosen Saudi Arabia to make his first stop. And I wanted to...
The Saudis knew how to play Donald Trump. They'd seen this kind of person before. In many ways, he's kind of a mirror image of many.
Honestly, I'm okay with it. Seriously, if the guy, he's from the Congo, he's got very little. Sold out to big deodorant, yeah. He's from the Congo. He got bought out. I'm sorry to say, but he did.
many Saudi princes.
Everywhere you look, there are posters welcoming Donald Trump.
You put his picture up on big posters on the side of skyscrapers.
Pretty amazing welcome ceremony that President Trump is receiving.
You put on the sword dance. You put on a big display. You play to his ego, and he will do what you want him to do.
King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud confers King Abdulaziz Medal on President Donald Trump of the United States.
Trump was over the moon about this trip by all accounts. Just thought it was like the coolest thing that ever happened. He was welcomed by the king, all of these various things. I think it gave him this huge international stamp of approval that I think he would have had a hard time getting in many other countries.
To give credit to Mohammed bin Salman of his many sought-after accomplishments, the grooming and wooing of Donald Trump has to be pretty close to the top.
The trip to Saudi Arabia, you're on it, right? Give me some sense of what you were hoping to achieve.
Well, the first is to develop a real relationship, a rapport between the president and the leadership in Saudi. I don't recall, and I would doubt if normalization with Israel came up. In fact, I'm 99% sure it wouldn't have come up.
At the time of the visit, MBS was still not in line to assume power from his father, King Salman.
Mohammed bin Salman was not yet crown prince, but clearly Mohammed bin Salman was being teed up for a more important role as the favored son of King Salman.
Standing in his way was the then crown prince, Mohammed bin Nayef, or MBN. MBN had been America's trusted partner in the fight against al-Qaeda after 9/11.
MBN was a darling of the CIA. When MBS showed up and represented a real threat to MBN as the next ruler of Saudi Arabia, a lot of the intelligence people got very, very upset and worried. And what MBS wanted to do was to say to the Trump people, I am the guy who's going to rule Saudi Arabia, and I'm better.
MBN was what? He was Obama's man. He was John Brennan's man, right? CIA director under Obama. And so the idea of dumping this guy who had been pretty tight with the Obama set, or perceived to be as such, I think was an easy sell.
Were you aware of him moving into position to become the crown prince? Were you aware of the tension between him and Mohammed bin Nayef?
No, I haven't yet, lover. Not yet. Not with chat.
To be careful how I talk about it, obviously, because I can't disclose things that I can't disclose. But we heard whispers, we heard movements, but until it happened, we didn't know.
You didn't have a sense that MBN was on the way out?
I can't really get into things like that, but I would say the little sense that I might have had meant nothing until it actually happened.
A top aide to MBN was Saad al-Jabri. Al-Jabri's eldest son, Khalid, told me how MBS was aiming to rid the kingdom of his rival.
Understanding that Mohammed bin Salman wanted to be king of Saudi Arabia and that the last hurdle happens to be my dad's boss, obviously it was going to get ugly.
This trip takes place. How did you see the Saudi-U.S. relationship taking shape at this point? I mean, you can sort of sense what's going on.
My dad was actually kind of warned and advised to leave the kingdom.
MBN's days were numbered. MBS was the future.
And this rising new de facto ruler is positioning himself as a reformer. He talks about women having more rights in society. He talks about westernizing culture a little bit, letting movies play. He gets rid of the religious police, saying we're going to have a new paradigm. And that's very attractive to a lot of Americans who are saying, and this is a guy who's going to finally do what's long overdue in Saudi Arabia.
But at the time of the trip, Saudi Arabia was still operating as it had for decades.
Good to see you.
Women were living very restricted lives. Political rights, due process, and free speech were largely absent. How much did Trump or his administration understand about the kind of country they were visiting?
There's not much reason to think Trump was particularly concerned at the time that Saudi women can drive, or that they still have this, these quote unquote guardianship laws where basically women needed a male relative to sign on any sort of major life decision, whether it was getting married or, things like that, traveling abroad. But I don't think that it probably made all that much different for Trump. I just think that, for Trump, these weren't things that he was going to allow to disrupt what he saw as this, blooming relationship with this powerful and incredibly wealthy Middle Eastern country.
Yesterday, we signed historic agreements with the kingdom.
Trump ended his trip on a high note. At a summit meeting of regional leaders, Trump talked about a large Saudi arms deal.
This landmark agreement includes the announcement of a $110 billion Saudi-funded defense purchase.
And Trump also promised the Saudis he would not meddle in their internal affairs.
He has actually said it openly. In the speech he gave in Riyadh, he said, we're not going to come here and dictate to you, how you should run your countries and live your lives.
America will not seek to impose our way of life on others, but to outstretch...
In Saudi, May 2017, President Trump gives a speech. Human rights advocates and others have seen that as giving a green light to MBS to crack down on opposition within the country.
Certainly President Trump has not prioritized human rights as you might understand them in, say, a President Carter context as a tool of statecraft. The United States can lead by example, and I think he wants to do that. But I think he also saw in MBS somebody who wanted to improve the lives of everyday Saudis.
You reject the notion that in any way the president's approach on human rights.
This moment here is exactly why geopolitics matters. This moment right here. We feel so disconnected from these places because our leaders often go there and come back, and everything that happens to us is very local. But how our leaders behave gives us a clue of what they will do to us as well. And this right here, this moment, is why none of what's happening in the world is disconnected. Nothing is disconnected, especially when America goes in and says something in a country, because America is the global superpower, right? It's being challenged at the moment. But obviously, you got to understand, America has a lot of power. When they say something like this, Americans have to understand that these sorts of foreign policies matter when it comes to domestic policies as well. Listen to this bit.
Abroad, emboldened the Crown Prince or any other autocrat in the region.
I think what they do in that region, they do regardless of what the president says.
See, that guy was in the Trump administration, and he does not want to acknowledge that Trump saying something like what he did is what caused it.
If you look at it, it's pretty clear. He was unleashed right after the Trump visit.
So Donald Trump said that America wouldn't get involved in their local politics. Right? In that speech, he basically said, we're not going to get involved. And that was a signal to MBS to go, okay, I don't need to worry about some human rights bullshit.
Authoritarians are astute observers, and they will perceive the lack of conversation on human rights as a green light and a tacit approval to do whatever they wish.
We talked to the son of the former intelligence chief of MBN, El Jabri. He says, if you look at it, it's pretty clear. MBS was unleashed right after the Trump visit. You think that's fair?
It's probably a little personalized, but I don't think it's spiritually incorrect. Trump wanted that. I don't think Trump has basically any opposition to crackdowns within societies. He doesn't think that's America's business. I think he goes further in that he may actually sympathize with the crackdowns themselves.
Just 1 month after Trump's visit, Mohammed bin Nayef was summoned to a meeting with MBS. Saudi TV broadcast.
Question, as an outsider looking in, is there any American president the world liked / trusted? I am also an outside person looking in. Yeah, I mean, from a PR perspective, yes, there have been many, like Barack Obama, for example. But none of them have been just. None of them, they've all committed horrific war crimes. None of them have been peaceful. American imperialism has always won out. Always.
This carefully choreographed scene.
Essentially what MBS did was make a show of kissing Mohammed bin Nayef's ring as if he was being submissive.
الله يعين الله يطول عمرك انا بنرتاح الحين وانت الله يعين ما نستبعد توجيهاتكم الله يسعدكم الله يسعدكم موفقين في جبلتكم دوم الله يطول موفقين الله يعزك الله يعزك.
Soon enough, MBN was imprisoned, stripped of his title as crown prince, and in comes MBS. That was a moment I remember clearly as just a hinge moment. Suddenly, Mohammed bin Salman not only has the passion for change, but this ability as crown prince to have the whip hand.
Mohammed bin Salman, next in line for the throne. The new crown prince is 31 years old.
MBS was now firmly in charge. Within hours of the news, Trump called the crown prince to congratulate him. Over the next year, dozens of men and women who were perceived as enemies of the state were rounded up. Many thrown in prison. Others were able to flee the country. Saad al-Jabri would eventually escape to Canada, and his son Khalid had already moved to the U.S. But 2 of his siblings were still in Riyadh.
You know, I'm from a big family. My mom and dad and 2 girls and 6 boys. All of us were outside the kingdom. The only 2 that were remaining were my brother and sister, Sarah and Omar. They were 16 and 17 at that point, just in Saudi waiting for their U.S. student visa interview.
So they could come for an education in the U.S.?
Yes, absolutely, and join me in Boston. On the first day that Mohammed bin Salman became crown prince, in the airport, as they were trying to come to the U.S., they were told that you can't leave the kingdom. And for us, we realized that...
One of the biggest criticisms of JFK? Forehead too big? Oh my gosh, that's horrible. Oh my gosh, bro. That is brutal. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I don't know too much about JFK's policies or anything like that. But what I do know is, well, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he a president during the Vietnam War / the start of the Vietnam War? Or like through it?
You know, as a family, we have, bullseye on our back. Ultimately, my siblings were disappeared. And this March, it will be 6 years. And
hey,
nobody has seen them or visited them since then.
Terrible. Unwarranted, unnecessary. Totally. Jabri was, yes, he was a pain to Mohammed bin Salman. He was a critic, he was, argumentative.
But as you know, being a critic in a system is a healthy thing.
Totally unnecessary. It would never have diminished MBS's power, authority, or leadership to have those young people leave the country.
Not only did Mohammed bin Salman threaten former Saudi official Saad al-Jabri and continue to torment and harass his family, continue to hold his 2 children hostage in Saudi Arabia, but there was also attempts and attacks on Saudi dissidents in London, in the United Kingdom, including the head of a Saudi human.
So this is a little bit about JFK. President John F. Kennedy escalated U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War by increasing American military advisors from 900 to over 16,000. He funded counterinsurgency training and tactically approved a 1963 coup against South Vietnamese President Ngo Dinh Diem. Before his death, Kennedy also laid the groundwork to withdraw U.S. personnel. Kennedy's escalation. Kennedy fully believed in the domino theory. This was a Cold War idea that if one country became communist, its neighbors would also become communist, like a line of falling dominoes. To stop the spread of communism in Asia, Kennedy increased the number of U.S. military advisors from about 900 to over 16,000 by 1963. These advisors trained and supported the South Vietnamese army. He didn't want to. He also didn't want a full war. So Kennedy did not want to send large numbers of ground combat troops into Asia. Instead, he used a military strategy called flexible response. This strategy used secret warfare, special forces like the Green Berets, and CIA operations to train local fighters to stop communist guerrillas. The overthrow of Diem. South Vietnamese President Ngo Dinh Diem struggled to stop communist rebels and lost the support of his people. The Kennedy administration decided that Diem was a liability. In November 1963, South Vietnamese generals overthrew Diem's government in a coup. The U.S. government knew about the plan and gave it a tacit approval, which worsened the political instability in South Vietnam. So let me be clear. It doesn't matter who represents America. American imperialism is at the core of all of American leaders' policies. Because the thing about America is America's military is the start of its supply chain. America relies on its military and its military power to continue to drive its consumerism. Because it discounts so many things. The American military upholds the power of the U.S. dollar in the world. The American military upholds shipping around the world, and therefore maintains the petrodollar. So, without the American military doing what it does around the world to maintain a global order that it sees fit for its own ends, then America wouldn't be what it is. So I don't believe there's any president that's gone against American imperialism. None of them have. They've all bought into it.
Human rights organization whose son was threatened by Saudi agent. Hundreds of Saudi royals remain under travel ban in Saudi Arabia. They cannot leave for no reason at all other than this is how you keep them quiet and complacent.
What is being described as a coordinated crackdown on dissent in the country. Saudi authorities have carried out arrests.
He is part of a monarchy. They are susceptible to opposition, although there's no history of that in Saudi Arabia. Not like Iran or other places where people go out in the streets and protest. It just doesn't happen. And maybe part of the reason that all this is done is to secure that kind of peace in the streets.
Yeah, this is why the problem for the rest of the world isn't, a change in American president. It's not going to, like blue and red, same thing. It's just driven by driven by greed, corruption, and imperialism. So the world's sitting here just waiting for America to not bomb it or not assassinate somebody, you know? That's not a world. That's a world worth changing. You know what I mean? Who the fuck wants to live like this, man? Under the umbrella of like American imperialism, watching people get mass murdered every single day. It's stupid. It shouldn't be like this. This is the wrong way. This is not a long-term strategy. This is just fucking insane.
His tolerance for any...
It is complete insanity normalized.
kind of dissent was zero. We in the West or the United States don't really appreciate fully how sensitive autocratic leaders in the Middle East are to their dissidents. And I think that in the case of Mohammed bin Salman, he was hypersensitive to the criticism.
There are significant cultural and social reforms going forward in the kingdom. Concerts, freedoms, social and cultural, but politically, you've been cracking down on dissent.
I wouldn't characterize it as such. I think we have had...
This is the thing, right? And Shits and Giggles is a good example. A person on TikTok, he'll say things like Carter's 2006 book about Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid, is a really good book. Maybe. But what Carter really meant was he's okay with American imperialism, just not okay with the way Palestinians are treated. And it's either liberation for all or liberation for nobody. It's either liberation for all or a remodeled structure of oppression. And this is the thing people like Carter can never, ever disconnect themselves from, is the fact that they are fundamentally running the system of oppression that is causing the world to be the way it is. You can't run that system of oppression and then claim to be pro-Palestine. You can't run that system of oppression and then claim to be pro-liberation. Like, what does that even mean? You know, so I think Carter's book probably belongs in the bin.
Had a major program of reform.
I interviewed Adel Al-Jubeir in 2018. He was then Saudi Arabia's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a driving force behind it, and he's opening up the country socially. And we're moving towards having a more accountable, more efficient, more transparent government. The arrests that have taken place as a consequence of violations of the laws, and these cases are now in the courts.
And there's no question that MBS was a modernizer, but on the...
They want freedom to do oppression. Yeah. That take really, I don't think, gets through to so many people because that take is also about other structures of oppression. No matter how highly rated they are in the, you know, in the spectrum of oppression. Do your work, the only US president with no war, no bombs, which is why he lost. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? America is about capitalism. Capitalism is inherently violent. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Do you think capitalism needs bombs to cause violence? Come on, buddy. You're smarter than this. So what if he didn't launch bombs? He bought into the American dream. And you can't fulfill the American dream without an oppressive system.
Political front, on free speech, on the handling of dissidents, he was quite tough. Many people were thrown into prisons, and there are those who say that it was...
freedom, let me bring something up for you. I think this is the misunderstanding. I never said freedom. I said liberation. And let me show you what the difference is.
There's a difference.
Yeah, so like, I think this is what people get wrong. The laugh is so true. Yeah, he spoke about peace, but it's that same concept. You know, peace and freedom. They've all kind of become this amorphous sort of idea of what it means to be a citizen of the world, right? Like, peace and freedom have become like these co-opted terms to mean that you are subservient to a more powerful ideology or structure. That's what peace and freedom have become. It's like freedom, but within boundaries. Freedom, but, or peace, but, you know? Liberation has no buts. It is liberation. Liberation is liberation. And yeah, I love the way he says peace is a white man's word, you know? It really is. It really is.
President Trump, who emboldened the Crown Prince to know that he could get away with the crackdown that he imposed right after he became the Crown Prince.
I would take a different view on that. I mean, I'm certainly not arguing.
Liberation is about the I guess, abolition of structural violence. Like he said, you can be peaceful and be a slave. That's a really important line to understand. Until the structural violence is eradicated, you can't call yourself liberated. And right now, the biggest, the structure that's causing the most amount of violence is, you know, white supremacy, American imperialism, capitalism, right? These are the core sort of things that are basically the same thing, causing the most human suffering and most structural violence in the world at the moment. But there are others too. There are others too that are sub. I'm saying that to accuse Israel of apartheid 30 years ago was radical, that's all. So what if he said he worked for fucking American imperialism, bro? Great, he said it. But he was still fucking mass murdering people. I don't give a shit about any American president. I don't glaze any government. Fuck Carter.
That Saudi Arabia is a liberal democracy. They're not, and nor do they wish to be. Do I agree with every choice he made? No, not necessarily.
Was there a time during that period, during the crackdown, that the president or Kushner took the Crown Prince aside and say, hey, look, you've got to do a better job?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, they were very frank in the conversations I was party to about what they, you know, their concerns, but it was not a human rights issue per se.
As MBS's crackdown continued, a prominent Saudi journalist, Jamal Khashoggi, worried he'd be next.
Suddenly seeing that journalists, writers, intellectuals who were respected and tolerated in Saudi society and could write their views in various Saudi newspapers no longer.
Shits and giggles, bro. I feel like I've had a similar conversation with you about it. A similar conversation with you about something else where you just wouldn't, like, you just kept bringing up a point that I'd already, you know, spoken about, which is this no bombs bullshit. America doesn't need bombs to be violent, buddy. They can weaponize the financial structure. Capitalism is a weapon. Like, what are you not understanding, bro? Why the fuck do you keep bringing up the no bombs thing all of the time?
Longer could. And he was horrified by what was happening, but also afraid for himself.
Initially, when MBS came to power, Khashoggi was encouraged by the talk of reform and modernization.
And he is seen as a savior by young Saudis and by me and elderly Saudis.
Khashoggi was quite supportive at the beginning with the loosening up of social life, right? The removal of a lot of these very onerous restrictions in terms of what you could do in public, particularly what women could do in public. But the idea that this was not also paired with some loosening up of political rights, I think very much disappointed him.
Khashoggi criticized MBS for his, quote, overly enthusiastic embrace of Trump. MBS moved to silence him. Khashoggi fled to the U.S. At the time, Karen Attiah was an editor at The Washington Post.
We were hearing the reports about the crackdown, and I saw Jamal Khashoggi's name being quoted in a few pieces about the situation. And I just figured, well, why not reach out to him? And so I gave him a call.
The thing that people disagree with me about structural violence is the fact that I also put theocracy in that bucket. Okay, I have said this about the Iranian government as well. Whenever I criticize the Iranian government, people are like, "You're pro Pahlavi." No, bro. I am anti-monarchy. I am anti-theocracy. Okay, like I don't think any of those are particularly liberating structures of governing anybody. Okay, and therefore, when I say liberation, I mean liberation from all from structural violence. Okay, but that does not mean that I don't agree with the fact that Iran has the right to defend itself against American imperialism. Of course it does. And I think this is where people need to understand structural violence and liberation is for all. It's not a selective thing. If you can say structural violence for a population or a group of people is okay, if it, for example, frees the Palestinian people, or if it frees the Sudanese people, or whatever it may be, then all you're saying is, I'm okay with structural violence if the outcome is agreeing with the people I support. All you've done there is reinvented structural oppression, or redesigned the structural oppression. You can't do that. And you know which people did that very recently? Somaliland. So Somalilanders accepted structural violence against the Palestinian people, even though accepted the structural violence for the Palestinian people by accepting Israel's recognition of Somaliland. They accepted it because they were like, okay, our liberation, I care about our liberation more than the genocide of the Palestinians. So they accepted the structural violence against the Palestinians in order to, in a very tiny way, go towards self-determination. That's what I mean by modeling or remodeling structures of oppression. That's how people justify it to themselves. That's how people justify structural violence to themselves. They'll justify it by saying, oh, at least it does this good thing,
When Khashoggi settled in Washington, D.C. in 2017, I sat down to talk with him. Before all our cameras were rolling, he spoke personally for a moment. He told me he was uncertain about what he would do here.
So basically what I'm doing right now is just restructuring my life. I don't want to be a dissident, but in the same time, I don't want to go back home, and also I could be banned from traveling.
Soon after, Khashoggi decided what to do.
Hitler built the Autobahn, yeah.
He published his first column in the Washington Post in September 2017.
Saudi Arabia wasn't always this repressive. Now it's unbearable. It is all quite shocking, but this has not been business as usual in my country.
You know, when he started writing in the Post, I think he wanted to believe that MBS was surrounded by people who were giving him bad advice. And so he was using that platform to try to speak directly to his leader, to give him advice, like you would to a nephew, a young man who's starting out in his career and taking some actions that are ill-advised. And as time progressed, of course, he knew that MBS was being himself, very true to himself, and the nature of his writing changed.
Mohammed bin Salman spoke of making our country more open. I have left my home, my family, and my job, and I am raising my voice. To do otherwise would betray those who languish in prison.
Did you recognize at that point that there was any danger in this for him?
Mortal danger? No. Personal sacrifices? Yes, of course.
Then came November 4th, 2017, just 5 months into Mohammed bin Salman's rise to power.
Incredible times in Saudi Arabia.
Some of the detainees reportedly held here, Riyadh's glamorous Ritz-Carlton.
This is nuts.
Though, especially the older guard, are extremely worried by these changes that are happening very fast by Saudi.
The Crown Prince did something truly mind-boggling, which was to round up a number of his wealthy royal cousins and to more or less imprison them in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. It was kind of a shakedown. You know, he called it an anti-corruption purge, but basically he was demanding that they turn over assets to him, to the state, which is him, in exchange for their freedom.
Do you believe anybody was coerced physically at the Ritz-Carlton?
I don't know.
It's possible.
Anything is possible. All I can say is that the exercise was to bring in very senior members of the Saudi financial business community and say, you have money which doesn't belong to you, it belongs to the Saudi people. We would like that back. Now go out and live your life the way you did previously.
President Trump weighed in, supporting the roundup. I think the president tweeted something about these people had been milking the kingdom and they deserved, I guess the implication is they deserved what they got.
And that speaks to the point that when you feel you have the endorsement of the United States, effectively you feel you have a carte blanche to pursue whatever you want, both domestically and regionally.
In 1980, Carter Doctrine could have been written today. The Carter Doctrine was a policy proclaimed by the United States President Jimmy Carter in his State of the Union address on January 23, 1980, which stated that the U.S. would use military force if necessary to defend its national interest in the Persian Gulf. Well, there you go.
So there we are.
Jared Kushner, about a week prior to this big event, had made a private, unusual, unannounced visit to Saudi Arabia at the prince's desert retreat. And they apparently talked late into the night and even played video games together. What they discussed, we don't actually know, but there's been quite a bit of speculation, not all of which I can confirm, that those two events were correlated, that the prince in some way sought permission from Jared Kushner before carrying out this shakedown of the royal family, or perhaps simply wanted to feel secure in his support within the White House before he moved ahead with this takeover.
Well, certainly he's steeped in planning for this event. This is not something that just was a 1 or 2 day planning event.
We don't know that he got permission from Jared Kushner, but you're right. It's inconceivable that after Jared left, he thought on a whim, why don't I round up the rest of my family and shake them down for billions of dollars? No, that was clearly in the works before that meeting in the desert with Jared Kushner.
Do you know anything about that trip and what was discussed?
I was on that trip. Usual topics of conversation, peace, stability, oil, money, everything you would expect.
What's been called the shakedown at the Ritz-Carlton. That had to be in the works. Did that come up?
No, I was with them for a very significant amount of time. I can't speak to the times I wasn't in the room, but I was in the room a very significant amount of the time.
Sunshine,
Writing in the
name's
Washington
in the chat.
Post, Khashoggi compared the Ritz interrogations to Hitler's Night of the Long Knives.
Shit.
What is absolutely clear after Saturday's Night of the Long Knives is that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is centralizing all power within his position as Crown Prince. Many of us living outside Saudi Arabia will
It's not available in South Africa or the EU? What?
not return home for fear of the same fate.
Why?
There were reports of harsh treatment, beatings, and
I
even
heard
death.
those reports, but I've never seen any reflection of that.
You have no suspicion about beatings?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
In the wake of the roundup, I pressed a former Saudi intelligence chief about it.
And then the fact, that these people were put up in the Ritz-Carlton, to me indicates that the intention is not to to inflict physical or emotional harm on them, but rather to get to the truth.
Like Kushner, I had a WhatsApp connection with MBS. And just after the arrests at the Ritz-Carlton, I asked the Crown Prince if he would give me an interview.
You can use VPN, yeah. Whoa, this dude's just directly texting MBS. I can't do on record now, but you are welcome anytime to talk about anything. Well, good to hear. Thanks. I will think about whether an off-the-record interview is helpful. Oh shit. Part 4, murder.
The jailing of critics or dissidents is common enough even among U.S. allies, like Turkey or Egypt. But no event sparked outrage as much as what happened in October of 2018. That month, Jamal Khashoggi walked into the Saudi consulate in Istanbul to pick up some paperwork for an upcoming wedding.
Jamal Khashoggi, he went missing on Tuesday. He went to the consulate building of Saudi Arabia in Istanbul.
Speaking on Turkish television, Miss Cengiz explained that he was going to the consulate to collect documents for the marriage, and for that she felt guilty.
I had a WhatsApp group of some friends. One of them shared a screenshot of a tweet by a Saudi exile who basically said Jamal Khashoggi had entered the Saudi consulate in Istanbul and hasn't appeared. And my first reaction was like, please don't let it be what I think it is.
This is the room inside the consulate where Khashoggi was taken. At first, the kingdom's story was that he had walked out of the building alive and had gone missing somewhere in Turkey. Turkish officials were furious.
They're like, instead of they're providing answers to us, they're actually saying that, oh, it's your problem now, he's missing in Turkey. That was a tipping point for Turkish officials.
At the pro-government Turkish newspaper Sabah, reporters started getting details from Turkish intelligence and the police. Nazif Karaman.
Olayda kullanılan Suudi Arabistan devletine ait 2 jet olduğu ihbarını aldık. Bir haber kaynağımızdan bu 2 jetin bilgisini aldık.
By the time the reporters had learned about the 2 Saudi planes, the jets had left Istanbul. But they learned of a recording.
Oh shit.
I just couldn't come to myself for a couple of minutes. Like, just couldn't believe the fact that they cut him into pieces.
In Washington, President Trump and his advisors were deciding how they were going to react.
The reaction obviously was blowing up around the world, and we had to decide what our posture would be to decide what we thought the cause of the murder had been. And I was surprised to find almost immediately, without discussion, that Trump had decided that we were going to stick with the Saudis on it, not berate them in public, but that we were going to support the Saudis.
I talked to John Bolton, and he said that immediately the president said, look, we're staying with Saudi Arabia. There was no talk of doing anything really about it.
You guys haven't even seen the craziest part yet. Just wait.
He said, look, and he said, I was shocked.
That is John's characterization. I don't recall him expressing any of that to me. You know, it sort of culminates in this statement from the president, a public statement on this, in which, you know, he says, we all decry what happened in that consulate in Istanbul. But I cannot put the security of the American people at risk over one incident that I disapprove of. I consider that to be one of the most important statements that explains what America First means to him. And I know it came directly from him.
I texted MBS.
He texted, "Hello, sir. Martin here. What can you tell us about Khashoggi? Anything? Turks are saying he was killed in your consulate in Istanbul."
No response.
Why would
A
you
few
respond
days
to
later,
it, bro?
I tried again.
"I'm not sure how to interpret your silence. Do you believe that Jamal is alive?"
Again, no response. But that same day, MBS answered a call from Jared Kushner and John Bolton.
Jared had him on his cell phone.
And recount that conversation, what you said to the Crown Prince and what he said in response.
Well, I said my advice would be to find out what the facts were and get it all out as quickly as possible and get it behind us.
How did he respond to that?
I think he sounded affirmative.
2 weeks after Khashoggi's disappearance, the Saudis changed their story and said he'd been murdered in a rogue operation and that MBS knew nothing about it. How is it possible that Mohammed bin Salman did not know of this operation?
It's very unlikely he did not know of at least a rendition. I can easily imagine that the decision-making might have been as simple as saying, we have this dissident, we will conduct a rendition operation from Istanbul, and being told, go ahead.
So you have contacts within Saudi Arabia at high levels that tell you that this was a rendition?
Yes.
Not say.
The Saudis insisted they were investigating who was responsible for the murder. You're saying that this is being investigated by the public prosecutor? Yes.
But at the same time, you have declared it a rogue operation. So you've reached a conclusion that this was a rogue operation before the investigation is complete.
Of course it's a rogue operation. Nobody authorized this. Who would authorize the murder of a citizen?
How do we know until there is an investigation?
It seems to me that you have made up your mind before you watch the...
No, you've made up your mind that it's a rogue operation.
It is a rogue operation because there is no authorization for them to commit this crime. There was no authorization for them to commit this crime. That's why it's a rogue operation.
Have you heard that tape? It doesn't.
But how do you know? How do you know until the investigation's finished?
Conclusively point.
Yeah, MBS
the Crown
is a
Prince
gamer, yeah.
as ordering the killing of Jamal Khashoggi.
No, I haven't listened to it. And I guess I should ask you, why do you think I should? What do you think I'll learn from it?
We're the National Security Advisor.
What was the tape going to tell you? He was dead at the time.
He was dead at the time, but we know that the guys that carried out the murder at the time were reporting back to the royal court.
I don't speak Arabic.
Yeah, but you work with translators.
I know what was on the tape. I just didn't feel I had to listen to it.
I know.
I just think that's violence porn. Well, you know, you can decide to get into the specifics of it, or you can do basically what Trump did, which is to say we're going to stick with the kingdom, and the commentators can commentate.
That we had to consider our interests over the death of the murder of this one guy.
assuming everything turned out to be contrary to what the official line was, it was still in American interest to keep the relationship with the Saudis.
Saudi Arabia was always an absolute monarchy. It's a hyper-centralized state. Nothing, good or bad, can happen without at least the knowledge of people at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah.
I think that's, fair to say. Also, as a physician, why do you send a forensic pathologist to a crime scene? If you wanna drug somebody, send an anesthetist. They're pretty good with IVs. They know them. But like sending somebody who only deals with dead bodies, it kind of gives it up.
Yep.
MBS had stopped.
Follower detected. Thank you for the follow. Good fellas, 187. Thank you. Oh, and also Runa K&K. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Answering my texts, so 2.5 months after the murder, I went to see him. He was at a car race just outside of Riyadh, surrounded by friends. I asked him about Khashoggi's murder. My camera was outside, but he said, "It happened under my watch. I get all the responsibility because it happened under my watch. I really take it very seriously. I don't want to tell you no, I didn't do it, or I did do it, or whatever.
Salam
That's
Abdullah.
just words." I then asked him how it could happen without him knowing about it. Accidents happen. Can you imagine? We have 20 million people. We have 3 million government employees. I am not Google or a supercomputer to watch over 3 million. I asked, they can take one of your planes? I have officials, ministers to follow things, and they're responsible. They have the authority to do that. He didn't say much more. But when the CIA finished their investigation, they concluded that the Crown Prince had ordered either a kidnapping or a murder.
Trump's first response is to basically accept his friend's word, right? His friend MBS, the Crown Prince, says he didn't do it. He must not have done it then. Except here you have the same thing where the CIA says, no, we actually have got an assessment here. Our assessment says this was, in fact, an authorized operation.
By the way, yeah, this is horrific by Trump. This is horrific. Also, remember that Joe Biden fist bumped MBS in his term as president. That's why, bro. Like, if these motherfuckers can do this outside of America's borders, they will do it within America's borders. Okay? It's delusional to think that these people, the way they treat foreign policy is not going to impact you.
By the Saudi government, and it was authorized, we believe, by Crown Prince himself. And Trump dismisses that. This is a problem for him. Does it make it harder for him to do the things he wants to do? Does it make MBS politically radioactive in a way that will interfere with Trump's own, strategic goals for the region? And it does for a while.
They do point out certain things, and in pointing out those things, you can conclude that maybe he did or maybe he didn't. But that was another part of the false reporting.
By the way, I've seen CIA assessments that were wrong many times. And you have MBS who said he didn't do it. I'm not a judge, I'm not a jury. I don't know what happened.
What did it do to your efforts to draw Saudi Arabia closer to Israel? Did it have any impact?
I don't think so. Terrible thing though it was, we still have to do business, right?
Did you talk with the Crown Prince afterwards?
We met him many times afterwards. Things were still going on until I left the White House.
Did you see the MK Ultra hearing on YouTube? No, I didn't.
White House at the end of 2019, we had plenty of conversations.
Did you ask him directly about the murder?
Not my role to do that.
What is the meaning for Americans of Trump's protection of Mohammed bin Salman?
We stand for something as a country.
No, you don't, lady. No, you fucking don't. Now you're gaslighting me. Now you're gaslighting everybody. Hey, Masi.
Like free speech.
Free speech. For Trump to so boldly excuse and embrace a leader who murdered in the most gruesome way you can imagine one of his own people for simply writing columns.
They've killed 270 journalists. Maimed 270 journalists in Gaza. Maimed. They've killed 30,000 children in Gaza. Over 30,000. Like, do you think these dudes give a fuck about anybody? Oh my gosh. This lady, bro.
For our president to turn his back on that, we are a beacon. We remain a beacon.
Remain a beacon of what? This is the American delusion. This is it right here. This lady's so deluded about America. Oh my gosh.
And that's what it should mean to Americans.
She voted for Kamala. No fucking doubt about it.
No. This is about America first. They're paying us $400 billion plus to purchase and invest in our country. We are with Saudi Arabia. We're staying with Saudi Arabia. Have a good time, everybody. Thank you.
Trump was staying with Saudi Arabia. But MBS found himself unwelcome in the West for years to come. In 2020, before leaving office, Trump announced some progress in getting Arab states to recognize Israel.
After decades of division and conflict, we mark the dawn of a new Middle East. In a few moments, these visionary leaders will sign the first two peace deals between Israel and the Arab state in more than a quarter century.
First, the UAE and Bahrain signed peace deals under what were called the Abraham Accords. Morocco and Sudan would soon follow. But Kushner and his team were not able to convince the Saudis. Once in office, President Biden would continue pressing the Saudis to join the Abraham Accords.
What's going on in South Africa with the anti-immigrant stuff? Yeah, we're going to cover that next, if we have time. I think we'll have time.
Soon after Trump's first term ended,
hey, Anna!
Jared Kushner moved to Florida.
Hello.
Basically 2 days after the election, Jared Kushner woke up and told Ivanka, hey, we're moving to Miami.
Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner purchased a 2-acre waterfront lot for $32 million.
Indian Creek Island is the most expensive neighborhood in America.
And here he established a new company, Affinity Partners.
Hey, Robbie. Welcome, everyone.
What surprised me was that instead of going back into real estate, Jared Kushner went into a new business, which is private equity, quite a lucrative business. And his first step was reaching out to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to help fund his new private equity business.
Initially, the board overseeing Saudi Arabia's investments through the kingdom's public investment fund.
Hey, Spirit Aries, welcome.
The advisory committee, who are the leading lights of Saudi investment world, as well as a couple of international businessmen that they've brought in, thought that it was a bad idea.
Why would this massive fund that has access to every investment organization in the world look at the landscape and say, let's go with this young fellow who's never really done this kind of work before, and let's put $2 billion in his pocket?
I still can't get over the fact that that lady is like, America's a beacon? Of what exactly? Of violence?
And see what he can do with it.
Board minutes outlined their concerns.
These risks have been flagged, including the risk of having limited experience in private equity and the inability for Affinity to provide any quantifiable investment track record.
Despite all of these negative opinions from that panel of advisor, the Crown Prince, who chairs the board that governs the Public Investment Fund, nonetheless said, thumbs up.
Was that payback? Or was it a bet on the future? What was
We
it?
can only guess as to the motivation, but it kind of speaks for itself, right? You know, Jared had been instrumental in protecting them from consequences from the Jamal Khashoggi murder. And perhaps they saw a future Trump administration coming back.
Jared Kushner.
In this Q&A forum, Kushner was asked whether the Khashoggi murder
Oh, obviously Axios. Kushner being platformed at Axios is kind of funny.
made him at all wary of taking Saudi money.
Lots and lots of private equity firms, other folks are trying to raise money from Saudi Arabia. Some, however, stopped after the Jamal Khashoggi murder.
Are we really still doing this, Dan? I mean,
yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
So let's go to this. I have not seen the DNI report that the Biden administration put out there, right? And number two is, look, I know the person who I dealt with. I think he's a visionary leader. I think what he's done in that region is transformational. I think that when we started working with Saudi...
At the time, the Saudi Sovereign Wealth or Public Investment Fund, the PIF, made a slew of other aggressive investments.
PIF is one of the world's largest and fastest growing sovereign wealth funds. The United States is PIF's most important market outside of Saudi Arabia.
This is why this moment in time is so transformational. Because all of these things that were happening emboldened American imperialism. All of this stuff has been paved over decades of America bombing the Middle East and extracting wealth from the Middle East. Right? So these moments aren't happening in a vacuum. Gaza didn't happen in a vacuum. And Trump doing this Abraham Accord stuff set up and making Jerusalem the capital of Israel, set up the road to what's happening in Gaza right now. And so people like Biden took advantage of that because they saw it. Biden didn't blink twice. He went straight in. All the bombs, everything. He knew exactly what was happening about writing the Palestinians out of history. He knew that. He knew what was happening. And yet he went all in on that genocide in Gaza with Kamala Harris's tick as well. So never ever think that these people are somehow disconnected when it comes to foreign policy. They're really not. It's the same. They're very violent, including Biden and Kamala Harris.
PIF is invested in better.
One of the big things that Mohammed bin Salman did when he came in was take a very, very...
Hey, by the way, Live Golf, hasn't Live Golf like completely collapsed now? Live Golf lost its biggest backers, right? Saudi backers. I think Live Golf is gone. And those Live Golfers are going back to the PGA now.
Conservative sovereign wealth policy. And he turned it into
hey, Tony, good morning.
A major, right now, $1 trillion in assets, a player in the world sovereign wealth funds.
Mohammed bin Salman, particularly in the wake of the ostracism that he faced after the murder of Khashoggi, massively expanded investments in U.S. businesses reflect both the kingdom's desire to globally become players and use the state's assets, Saudi people's assets, to buy diverse assets around the world, but also as a leverage of influence and control.
In the modern times, you don't need an army, you need a sovereign wealth fund. And that really is quite true, I think. If you're a small country especially, they have these big funds, and it's kind of how they wield influence and power in the world.
In the Trump administration, you had a really close relationship with the president's senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner. After he left...
the Crown Prince was asked about the propriety of his investment on Fox News.
Do you think that sends the wrong message, even if there wasn't a tit for tat, I'll give you this and you get that?
But we look to opportunities and investment. We have investment, a lot of investment around the globe with a lot of peoples and with economical opportunity.
So if Trump becomes president again, you'll leave the $2 billion with Jared Kushner?
It's a commitment that PIF have, and when PIF have commitment with any investor around the globe, keep it.
Kushner was not the only bet MBS made. He wasn't alone. Steve Mnuchin also walks into $1 billion.
Steve Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, also walks into Saudi and gets $1 billion investment. It's like a piggy bank for former American officials.
It's incredible.
It's incredible. And normally would be the cause of a great storm of controversy. And there would be hearings, there would be investigations.
Welcome, Scary.
There would certainly
Good
be a
to
lot
see you.
of commentary and criticism. And it kind of came and went.
Mnuchin and Kushner have brushed off concerns about conflicts of interest.
As well as other oil states too, such as UAE. If I remember correctly, one of their assets is all the parking meters in Chicago. There was one issue on 4 July one year where the UAE refused to allow Independence Day marches because it meant they couldn't collect parking meter money on South or something like that. Yeah. The line development getting scaled back to about 2 kilometers from its original design was pretty much the signal we needed to know these guys are fucked. Yeah.
They were private citizens at the time.
And normally would be the cause of a great storm of controversy. And there would be hearings, there would be, investigations. There would certainly be a lot of commentary and criticism. And it kind of came and went.
Welcome, Big Daddy.
Mnuchin and Kushner have brushed off concerns about conflicts of interest. They were private citizens at the time.
Breaking news, we are projecting at this hour the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
It's an extraordinary political comeback. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Russia, all very pleased.
After Trump was reelected,
for all the crazy shit that this has caused, okay, for all the crazy shit that Trump's presidency has caused, can I just say, like, this is going to sound really bad, but the one thing he did that I support is the what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my gosh. The acceleration of the destruction of American imperialism. And that forever will be his legacy. Because he bit off more than he can chew. He bit off way more than he could chew with Iran. And Trump will be thrown under the bus into the pits of historical hell in American writing history as the man who accelerated the decline of American imperialism. It was already in decline. It was already in decline. But this is the one thing I will say has been a useful thing for the world in the long term about Trump's presidency. He has done incalculable damage to American imperialism. Trump just ushered in theocracy and technocracy where in America. American imperialism is about damage to the rest of the world, including America, right? So, American imperialism is about empowering America. So damage to American imperialism is going to mean damage to America as well. Am I glad that people are fucking paying the price? Well, especially brown and black people in America because of the racist policies? Absolutely not. But what Trump represents is America's two-party system and America's imperialism. He is the concentrated version. And Trump was inevitable. Inevitable. He's just asset stripping America. Yeah, now it's time for American people to stand up and not just reject Donald Trump, which is what libs are going to do, but reject American imperialism. Right? Because they see it. This is what the DSA represents. And this, what you need to understand is the DSA represents the accelerated decline of white supremacy, accelerated decline of American imperialism, the accelerated decline of Western hegemony. That's what the DSA truly represents. I don't know if Americans truly grasp that, but fundamentally, Americans who are voting for the DSA are voting against American interests. But that's a good thing for the world. You're doing the rest of the world a service by doing that. I just don't know if you understand that. Just like how dismantling white supremacy, white people who want to dismantle white supremacy are doing so against their own privileges. Okay, so Trump is a fuck up. But historians will see this moment, future historians will see this moment as the acceleration of America's decline.
In 2024, Kushner would eventually again become a senior advisor to the president focused on Middle East diplomacy. At the time, his...
The thing, Ray, is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the world is kind of moving on without America at the moment. American sanctions are less effective. America's weaponization of the financial system is becoming less effective. I mean, it's still potent, but it's becoming less effective. American military power is becoming less effective because there are new military alliances forming around the world. So America's systems of oppression, or the systems that it used to weaponize in order to like cause harm to other countries, etc., they're all starting to become less effective. And this is also because of China's rise, the global South's rise. And that's an inevitable direction. When European colonization, when white supremacy decided that it was going to colonize by proxy, that is, build global institutions to continue to extract wealth from the global South because they couldn't maintain boots on the ground to continue to extract wealth. That was the moment, post-World War II, when the global South started to build. And it accelerated after globalization, when the West began deindustrializing by moving all production to the global South. And now, with these wars to control supply chains, America has ceded so much ground to not just China, but Iran, to the global South. And I honestly think that there'll be 3 or 4 moments. I think globalization will be one of the moments seen as accelerating the West decline as a whole. But this moment here in the Strait of Hormuz is that significant. In my honest opinion, I think it is that significant.
Firm affinity partners.
The world is lucky China is not a prolific colonizer. They have set a new precedent. No, China is imperialist also, bro. China just does it in a different way. China uses imperialist tactics and colonizes places. I mean, Chinese companies own 70% of the cobalt mines in the DRC. Okay, so like, don't immediately think that talking badly against or condemning American imperialism means that we should glaze Chinese imperialism. In my honest opinion, our future outlook should be no imperialism, not choosing another set of shackles from somewhere else. This is where I hope human beings finally choose no shackles instead of like a cycle of fucking shackles.
Was reportedly taking in tens of millions of dollars a year in fees from the Saudis. Kushner says he did not take any salary from the U.S. government for his work. What's the danger of taking Saudi money? And what's the danger to ordinary Americans? Why should they care?
First of all, if Jared Kushner was a private citizen engaged only in private business, I wouldn't be particularly concerned. The fact that he's still effectively on the Saudi payroll while making decisions about whatever it is that the U.S. decides to do, while so entangled with the Saudi government, is a very basic conflict of interest.
But what do you say to those who say that this is just a glaring conflict of interest?
I would say that the records of the company are open, and that if you see any kind of illegal activity, it should be investigated. I've seen no evidence of that.
But it doesn't have to be illegal to be...
China's imperialism has lifted 40 million out of poverty. That's the difference. Yeah, bro. Sometimes prison looks very different. Doesn't mean you need to go to prison. Just because your shackles are, made with diamonds doesn't make the shackles any less of shackles. Fuck. People will constantly choose to be subjects. It's so fucking annoying.
A conflict of interest. There's certainly an appearance problem here.
There may well be an appearance problem, but I mean, then it's been a problem for, 10 years now, and that didn't prevent the American people from resoundingly re-electing President Trump in 2024.
How did the White House decide that it is appropriate for Jared Kushner to be working on matters that involve Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, 3 countries that combined have given him more than $2.5 billion for his investment firm?
I think it's, frankly, despicable that you're trying to suggest that it's inappropriate for Jared Kushner, who is widely respected around the world and has great trust in relationships with these critical partners in these countries.
That's the argument that Democrats and Republicans, liberal Democrats use, Pickle Christopher, is it's a step-by-step process. We first need to get in a Democrat and then make changes from there. People need to learn that you either renounce imperialism and you support liberation from the beginning, or you're bound to be stuck in subjugation. It's like, bro, get your heads out of your asses and start thinking about what next. Because if you continue to keep making the same mistakes that every civilization has made for the history of mankind, humankind, was something that we should avoid doing, which is, okay, they're a better evil. How about we get them to rule the world? Yeah, every time that's ended well, hasn't it? No, this is the time to start thinking what sort of world you want. Not after. Now.
Countries. And so Jared is donating his energy and his time to our government, to the President of the United States, to secure world peace. And that is a very noble thing. And this is
You're critical of the...
Don't you think, Eridan, I agree it's neo-imperialism, however, their strategy is to develop Africa. Why the fuck does China have to develop Africa? Africans should have the self-determination to develop Africa. What you're talking about there is colonization. Like, who the fuck is China to develop Africa? Africans should have the self-determination to decide their own future. What the fuck is China doing that for?
The work that Kushner was doing?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's very...
You don't know what colonization is. Shut the fuck up.
It's very hard to argue that Kushner's...
These fucking idiots who are like, you don't know what colonization is. This is the most stupid fucking thing.
Involvement in politics has been net good for the administration or net good for the United States. I think he is using his cards to potentially line his own pocket. This is not Burisma, right? I mean, this is not Hunter Biden stuff. This is serious money.
During the second Trump term, Trump's two sons, Don Jr. and Eric, also started receiving money from Saudi sources. They announced two developments in the capital, Riyadh, and a tower rising along the skyline of Jeddah.
There's so many different types of people I see. I bet you that idiot who just called me a lib will be like, ACAB, ACAB in America. And then he'll be like, oh yeah, Chinese police are great. Fucking idiots, bro. These fucking people are the reason why we continue into a cyclical direction where we are constantly fucking under violent fucking thing. This guy Cram is a fucking idiot. This guy, I bet you in America, carries around signs going, oh, ACAB, all cops are bastards. Except for Chinese cops, of course. Except for Chinese cops or Iranian cops. Fucking stupid. All cops are bastards, dumbass.
Each one carrying the Trump brand.
Trump International, the ultimate postcode.
Don Jr. described it as almost free money. They just say, you can put my name on this thing, you're going to give us a big upfront fee, and if the thing's successful, you'll give us a piece of the profits in the out years.
In a press release, Eric Trump said the Trump Organization, which he manages with his brother Don Jr., is, quote, dedicated not just to meeting, but vastly exceeding its legal and ethical obligations. The sole owner of the Trump Organization is the president, and by law, he's not subject to conflict of interest statutes. Trump has said he's removed.
Do you think, Erdogan, do you think China is doing, okay, even if they're doing those things in en masse, do you think China's doing that out of the goodness of their hearts? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Why are people so fucking stupid about this? Why are people so fucking stupid about this? The fact that African nations have to continue to choose their next oppressor is a problem we all should care about.
Removed himself from the operations of the company and promised to donate some profits back to the U.S. Treasury.
In the first term, they actually forswore all international deals, and yet they raked them through the coals. I think this time, Eric Trump was probably the one who said this, if we gave up billions of dollars and still got raked through the coals, and it's legal for me to do this, why shouldn't I do it? I think that's a reasonable position. If they're not breaking the law, why should they be rewarded with making less money just because President Trump is the president and there happen to be his sons?
But the increase in Trump's personal wealth from an array of sources, including...
Guys, if Africa continues to be exploited by any country, if Africa continues to be exploited by any country, including China, then we haven't done our job as a collective world in order to make the world an equitable place for all. We just haven't done it. If Africa is all their options is to choose their next colonizer, if those are Africa's options, just like Iranian people's options are a monarchy or a theocracy, these aren't options. Liberation means that there should be liberation for all, or it's not liberation. That's not a liberal standpoint. What do you think of Ibrahim Traore? Ibrahim Traore is, I guess he's seen as this liberating figure, but then he implemented anti-LGBTQ policies, which are colonial policies. You know, in Africa, all those countries implementing anti-LGBTQIA plus policies, and everyone's like, oh, it's their choice if they want to do that or not. Africa, pre-European colonization, was not anti-LGBTQ. In fact, Africa, pre-being colonized by Europeans, were extremely, extremely free. And very, very, communities of LGBTQIA plus people could flourish in Africa. It was the colonial policies, the Christian policies of implementing these anti-LGBTQ policies. It came from the colonizer themselves. It came from the colonizer. So what people like Ibrahim Traore are doing by implementing these anti-LGBTQ policies is implementing colonial policies. They're implementing the colonizer's policies.
Saudi deals and others, like crypto, has been estimated in the billions.
This amount is greater than the sum total of everything Donald Trump received for being on The Apprentice, for licensing deals coming from The Apprentice, for his inheritance, and for his best luck.
Guys, you're either for liberation for all or you're not. Choose. Are you for trans rights? Choose. No, Seraphim. Choose. Are you for liberation for all, or are you okay with structural oppression for some in order for there to be liberation for others? What is your view of the world? Don't just tell me that he's building infrastructure. You're doing exactly the same as the people saying China is great. American liberation. LGBTQIA plus liberation isn't American liberation. Africa, before Europe got there, had gay, lesbian, trans communities already. They had all of those things. And those people were liberated then. It was the Christian patriarchy, the white supremacists that came into Africa and implemented those policies. No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say, I don't care how they deal with the LGBTQIA plus communities in their country. It's their country. That's bullshit. Then you are not about liberation for all. That's fucking idiotic to say, man. Crazy.
Key investment. So that's more in 1 year than he received from the best financial pots of gold of his life over a 25-year period, all coming all at once. And the idea that that's not broken through and that there's not examinations into that going on is really historically stunning, and I think also a testimony to where our Congress is right now.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you this. It's not about what the rest of the world wants. It's not even, it's colonial. What they're doing is colonial. It's not about like Africa wants this or this African community. It's just not the case. LGBTQIA plus people exist. You can't just ignore them.
President Trump, you're generally regarded to be the wealthiest man who's ever occupied the White House.
I hope so.
How much wealthier are you now than when you returned to the White House?
Well, I don't know. The deals I made, for the most part, other than what my kids are doing, they're running my business. But most of the deals that I've made were made before. And that's what I've done for a life.
You are also...
You know what the activity... Where are you from?
I'm from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation Four Corners program.
You're hurting Australia, right? In my opinion, you are hurting Australia very much right now.
President
I'm going to tell them about you. You set a very bad tone.
Well,
go ahead,
President Trump, when the UAE does a deal like that, when the UAE does...
So if people are okay with the LGBTQIA plus laws, who are we to dictate to them? What do you mean? Are you not for, like, liberation for all? Are you not for human rights for all? Like, what the fuck are you saying? This is why half of the, like, there are so many people. I am for what the Burkina Bay people want. Yeah, there are gay and lesbian Burkina Bay people. What are you fucking talking about? They're not fucking aliens.
Does a deal, what does it want in return?
Quiet.
Donald Trump campaigned on a no new wars pledge. Everything is about America.
Yeah, but if you have to be critical of these policies, guys. As outsiders, you have to be consistent with what liberation means. Let me say this, okay? If you are okay with someone else's oppression for a freedom of someone else, then you are no different to the colonizer. You are no different. You've just got different people on either side. You've just redesigned your structure of oppression. You're either for liberation for all, or you have a remodeling of oppression. That's it. What do you mean? Why should we decide? We have international international sort of like we should have human rights for all, don't you think? That's like saying, why should we care about what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people? Why should we care about what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people then, if we shouldn't care about LGBTQIA plus people in Burkina Faso? Why should we care about what's happening to the Sudanese people? Why should we care about what China's doing in DRC? Why should we care about what American imperialism is doing in Africa? I mean, what do you mean laws? Literally, Israel has written apartheid into their own laws. But you're against that, right? You're against the apartheid laws that Israel has written into its own laws. So why can't you be against Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore writing anti-LGBTQ legislation into his laws? Why? What's the difference?
America first.
Despite all of Trump's business success in the Middle East,
America's best interests were.
peace in the region has remained as elusive as ever.
He was very clear, no new wars. Hamas has launched a surprise attack with...
Maybe they don't understand the definition of human rights to exist without... They're not fucking monkeys, Joyce. This is the problem with white supremacy. It's like, oh, these Africans and these people in the global south, they climbed down from a fucking tree like yesterday. You're doing white supremacy, Joyce. I'm against trying to tell other people how they should deal with issues in their own country. Why are you telling Israel then? Why are you saying to Israel, Why are you saying to Israel that they should do something differently with their apartheid? Why, Seraphim, why are you telling Israel to change their laws, change their apartheid laws? Why have we been protesting against Israel?
In Israel's borders, at least 100 taken hostage.
October 7th, 2023. President Biden was finally getting close to a deal between Israel and the Saudis under the Abraham Accords.
Trust me, when you start to think that it's okay to have anti-LGBTQ laws, you are opening the door for oppression against more than just LGBTQ people. If you're okay with the oppression of any group, any minority, then you're opening the door for the oppression of the majority as well. Don't open these doors, no matter how good you think these people are. Do not open these doors. When you fight against trans rights, you're opening the door for anti-LGBTQ policy, anti-black, anti-brown policy. You're opening the door for everything else.
When Hamas mounted an assault on Israel.
An unprecedented multi-pronged terror attack.
Some 1,200 people were slaughtered. 251 were taken hostage.
A deep, deep wound in Israel. The worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust.
Kushner's plan for a Saudi-Israel...
Yes, we should totally speak up against Saudi Arabia's laws. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely we should. You should speak up against injustice. Man,
Real alliance
I'll never
was
understand
shattered.
these people. Like I just can't understand these people.
The October 7th attacks, as we know, upended the entire region. Israel was badly attacked, and then Israel begins their military campaign against Gaza with overwhelming force. Leading to the deaths of thousands of Palestinians, and there was
no. But it's not. If you don't like the law's move, yeah, you should tell that to the Palestinian people, Seraphim. If you don't like the law's move, I wonder if you'll say that to a person living in a tent in Gaza. That is a sick thing to say. Noisy, you can't change. It's fuck. These people don't even understand how exactly like Israelis these people are. How exactly like Zionists these people are. How do you not see how much of a Zionist you're being at the moment? How much of a supremacist you're being at the moment? To say to gay LGBTQIA plus Burkinabe people that they should leave their own country because of the fact that they are gay, lesbian, trans, whatever they choose to be. How can you say that to those people?
no way in that environment that Saudi Arabia and Israel were going to be able to formally make a peace deal. There was just...
It's not different. You're being stupid. It's not different. It's not fucking different. It's the same thing. It's systems of oppression. There is asymmetry, which we can acknowledge. Burkina Faso doesn't have as the resources. Doesn't have the resources that America or Israel has. But you have to understand oppression is oppression.
the public opposition would have been through the roof.
Fuck, man. Saying to people in Burkina Faso, if you don't like the country, leave. Who the fuck is letting people from Burkina Faso in travel freely at the moment? Like, these people are so fucking deluded. They don't even understand that what they're actually saying is closer to what Israel is saying than anything else. Like, these people are just so fucking insane, man.
MBS reacted to the Gaza war, understandably in some ways, thinking, I just don't feel comfortable aligning with an Israel that's been so repressive against its Palestinian population. Certainly the public in Saudi Arabia supported that.
2 months into the war, the very day that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump visited a destroyed kibbutz near Gaza, a rare poll from Saudi Arabia was released.
That's exactly what many Zionists have been telling me. Seraphim, that is exactly what other Zionists have been telling me when I talk about Gaza, is mind your own business or go to Gaza to help. You are saying exactly what Zionists say to me about Gaza. The thing here is I recognize it when people say it to me about other places too. You are ignoring the plight of Burkina Faso LGBTQIA plus people because you don't give a fuck about them.
It showed that 96% of Saudis supported cutting all ties with Israel in protest over Israel's bombing campaign in Gaza. The Crown Prince got the message.
وتجدد المملكة ديانتها ورفضها القاطع للإبادة الجماعية التي ترتكبها إسرائيل بحق الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق.
Among the Saudi youth,
I think there are a lot of commentators like this person, like the Seraphim person. Like, there are a lot of commentators like this. I think about what's that fucking dude's name with the hat? George, the English guy with the hat. George Galloway. That guy is a raging fucking anti-trans, like, bigot, bro. Like, the guy says some horrible shit about trans people. How can you listen to that guy once you know this guy is like a complete bigot? How can you listen to them?
this issue is extremely important. And so he knew that there are certain limits to how far he can push with normalization, as long as he cannot deliver what he said he needs to deliver for the Palestinians.
MBS keeps his ear to the street. He knows what his constituencies are thinking. If you have an environment in which Palestinians are being killed in large numbers in Gaza, the idea that MBS, just because he saw strategic value in a normalization deal, could just jam it on his population was never true.
Some observers put the blame on Kushner's Abraham Accords.
I think the clear flaw from the beginning of the Abraham Accords was it did nothing to settle the fate of the Palestinian people. I don't think the Abraham Accords happened without Jared Kushner. But if there was any leading intellectual critique of them, it was that they abandoned Palestine. They abandoned the Palestinian
Queen
people.
Kimba, how are you?
Kurt Mills of American Conservative laid the events of October 7th at the feet of Jared Kushner.
Well, that's completely inconsistent with my experience with Jared. Jared is sincerely interested in the future of the Palestinian people and worked hard to come up with a deal that would be satisfactory because, you know, in his mind, to my understanding, this is also the best thing for Israel.
What was in the Abraham Accords for the Palestinians?
Specifically nothing, but if they had actually put their hand up and said, hey, we can be the glue here, we know.
Bullshit. See? Bullshit. Bullshit. Specifically nothing.
Israel, we know the Arabs, we speak Hebrew, some of us, we speak Arabic. We could be great partners here for everybody. That would have been a huge benefit to them. Every which way we ever dealt with the Palestinians, they were never interested, the leadership, not the people. They weren't interested in talking to us anymore.
Significant U.S. military assets.
Aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln.
Is the U.S. about to strike Iran?
It looks like we're positioning assets for a strike.
A year into Trump's second term, the region was heading towards its biggest escalation yet. An all-out war with Iran, Hamas's chief sponsor and Israel's mortal enemy.
A short time ago, the United States military began major...
Hold up, let me just... thank you for the follow, Desiree. Welcome.
combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
Despite having pledged no new wars, in early 2026, Trump joined Israel and went to war against Iran.
They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to...
This is the biggest, in my honest opinion. This is one of, if not the biggest, military blunders in the history of military activity. The damage it's done to American imperialism, America's brand, America's standing in the world. It is one of, if not the biggest misstep in geopolitical terms. I don't think there has been anything this huge. This is like such a transformational moment because he fucking did this. What a stupid orange man.
To continue developing long-range missiles.
Do you think that Mohammed bin Salman
thank you for the follow.
wanted this war?
Based on what I know of him and how he thinks, I don't think he wanted this war.
Absolutely not.
I don't think in any way this war helps Saudi Arabia. Obviously, it's not helping to move their oil. It's not helping their economy.
But once the war started, MBS was in a bind.
Once it starts, MBS is calling constantly to push Donald Trump.
No, it is your business when that means the oppression of somebody else. It's your business. It's our business to talk about it. And if that is the true case, then you wouldn't give a fuck about what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. Listen to what you're saying. You are writing yourself out from the ability to talk about other countries, including Israel. Seraphim, you're making no sense, okay? You're making zero sense here.
To finish the job. At key moments.
You're being oppressed in America, and I don't hear you talking about that? What do you mean? Like, we talk about ICE all the fucking time here. We talk about America. This is America. We're fucking talking about America oppressing people. We talk about it every day. We talk about white supremacy every day. What the fuck are you saying?
Moments when Trump is considering pulling back, MBS is counseling a more...
What do you mean should they pass a law? I talk about American law all of the fucking time. Like today, we spoke about the Birthright citizenship law being struck down and it didn't pass. We spoke about it. Are you going to say, oh no, you shouldn't talk about it and have a fucking opinion? Who the fuck are you to tell me that?
Aggressive stance.
How many calls did MBS make to Trump urging him to continue approximately?
I know of at least 3 during a 1-week period before the ceasefire, but I am sure that it's far more than that. MBS.
That's not about Americans. That's about immigrants. All Americans are immigrants, except for Native Americans. You are an immigrant in America. White people are immigrants in America. Black people were enslaved and brought to America. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You really need to fix your political views, because you're either a raging bigot or you just have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Yes, was pushing for a tougher line for a...
What do you mean birthright citizenship is about immigration? What the fuck are you talking about?
continuation of this war.
Then, as the war dragged on, MBS saw the damage Saudi Arabia was incurring. He denies he ever urged Trump to continue. We hear that he's calling Donald Trump many times in a week and
they're trying to remove immigrants, not Americans? Okay, this person is a fucking troll, okay? This person is a fucking troll. Who is this person? Let's just take a look. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How are you? It's so fucking weird what you're saying.
telling him to finish the job and keep it up.
I think they're confounded about what to do. Like, my sense is truly they didn't want this war. And now we're seeing what happened. They're getting rockets and drones attacking their energy infrastructure, potentially civilian population centers. They're not sure what the United States is going to do about it. So I think it injects a huge amount of uncertainty in the relationship that was needless.
I can only imagine that.
Does that person live in the USA? Yeah, they do. And it's so crazy that a black American would be saying something like it's okay to have a government implement oppressive laws and we shouldn't be talking about it around the world. It's like, bro, we talk about America's oppressive laws all of the fucking time. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you saying because I don't live in America, I can't talk about America's laws? Is that what you're saying? I think you need to
Kushner is
rethink your
by
life.
what's unfolded since 2017.
Definitely has to be sobered, but look, he's a super ambitious guy. He does not give up easily. And you could also understand, you could also see that he sees grains of hope of something that seemed, impossible.
Imagine if someone had said, like, oh, the latest from Seraphim is you only focus on the negative. What about the good he's done? So you agree that anti-LGBTQ laws is a negative, right?
Possible in 2024 being achievable in 2027. He is kept at this, and there's no evidence he's let the dream die.
No, I'm sorry. But if you're going to play, if you're going to be part of a global system, then people can absolutely have opinions and criticize a government for literally implementing anti-LGBTQIA plus laws. In fact, it is our obligation to speak up against it. You're wrong, Seraphim. You're wrong.
While the war in Iran was still raging, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund hosted a conference in the heart of Miami.
Yeah, because they're gonna kill fucking anti-LGBTQIA plus QIA plus people. Like, it's oppression. What do you mean? Why focus on the negative? What are you talking about? Who cares about the roads if he's gonna pave them with bones? Who gives a shit?
Don Trump Jr., Steve Mnuchin, and Jared Kushner were there. The purpose of the meeting was to promote business ties. President Trump headlined the conference.
Tonight we're closer than ever to the rise of the Middle East.
In a speech lasting over 70 minutes, he declared victory over Iran.
For 47 years, Iran has been known as the bully of the Middle East, but they are not the bully any longer. They're on the run.
He praised the U.S.-Saudi relationship
It all started with our historic visit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And he singled out the Crown Prince.
I want to thank my friend, the Crown Prince Mohammed, who is a...
Yeah, I agree. I think Seraphim is anti-LGBTQIA plus because of their religion. I think this is a religious conversation now. I don't think this is about Burkina Faso. I just think Seraphim is anti-LGBTQIA plus. Like, I think they are anti because of their belief in God and their religion.
Fantastic man and a great friend of mine and a friend of all of yours, I think.
The future, he said, was bright.
I'm confident that this partnership will continue to grow and thrive because under President Trump, America once again fights and competes for one thing. We fight to win. We fight for justice and we fight to win.
Jared Kushner has been helping lead peace negotiations. Crazy. I'm waiting for the blood court to do us all a favor. Lady of the Fae. I don't know what to say about that. Look at what Rhonda is saying. Rhonda, are you from Burkina Faso? Are you a Burkinabe? Whoa, 5 Saudi men received death sentences for the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. But, oh, that's so crazy. He did this and he didn't want to take accountability, so he just killed someone. Oh, that's just insane. Like, that documentary, I thought summed up that relationship with, we killed a guy, so we had to kill 5 more. Yeah. It's giving me those vibes. Those were 5 men who beat him at Call of Duty. Oh my gosh. My dad has Let's Go blood clot shit he wears. Oh my gosh, scary. They didn't get killed? Oh, right. Interesting watch. Thanks for that. All good, Red Bob. I'm sorry I kept pausing. I should have let it play more, but I felt like the anti-LGBTQ fucking person in the chat was pretty important to confront.
These protests in South Africa started as small gatherings.
So, before I go, I want you guys to see this because what's happening in South Africa is fucking crazy. Wait. Oh, according to Seraphim, I can't talk about what's happening in South Africa. Oh, shit. I can't talk about what's happening in South Africa, guys. Apparently. I shouldn't talk about the anti-immigration, pogroms taking place in South Africa right now because I shouldn't care about those people. I shouldn't give a fuck about those people. I should just sit my ass on this chair and basically talk about the most boring fucking thing in the world, New Zealand politics.
Of anti-immigration groups in April, but they've been growing, with thousands of people rallying across the country. The demonstrators had set Tuesday as an unofficial deadline for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country, falsely claiming they could be arrested or deported if they stay. The South African government has rejected...
You can talk about whatever. Just keep Traore's name out of your mouth. If you have nothing positive, shut the fuck up, Seraphim. You can't tell me to do anything. Okay? You just leave my fucking chat. How about you go away? How about you go find someone that will glaze fucking Ibrahim Traore for you?
Rejected those claims, insisting that only the
Get out of
state
my
can
chat.
enforce immigration laws. South African
Wasting my
police
fucking
deployed
time.
hundreds of officers across major cities, including Johannesburg and Durban, over fears of violence and intimidation against migrants.
Yeah, you're triggered. At least fucking use English properly.
Many from neighbouring Zimbabwe and Malawi. Many protesters wielding sticks and wrapped in flags argue that illegal migrants are causing unemployment to rise, for taking jobs at low wages, and they also blame them for high crime rates and other social problems.
So as it is, we want government to treat illegal immigration in South Africa as an invasion of the country.
They actually updated it. Oh, shit. Thank you for the correction of your grammar. Next time, just do it the first time.
We want government to start massive deportation of illegal immigrants. We want government to take this matter seriously.
From today onwards, people will know what we are capable of, but we want to do this according to the law. But currently, it seems some foreigners do not want to cooperate. I'm not sure what we are meant to do.
The movement is being driven by a coalition of minor political parties and citizen-led vigilante groups that are big on social media. Experts say they've been spreading disinformation. At least 4 foreign nationals, including 2 Mozambicans, an Ethiopian and a Malawian, have been killed in anti-immigration protests in recent weeks. Several African governments have organised flights and buses to repatriate their citizens.
This is straight up Afrophobia, and no doubt that these fucking idiots have been getting funding from, white supremacist groups who are fueling it too. But ultimately, it's not xenophobia, it's Afrophobia. Be very clear about that. Someone corrected me on that, and I did my investigation, and it is correct. This is Afrophobia. This is just horrible shit.
Amid fears of growing violence, South African police say...
I'm not wrong about speaking up for oppression. I am not wrong for speaking up for marginalized peoples. That is the channel. That is what this channel is about. It's called amplifying marginalized voices. It's about making the world a more equitable place for all. If you don't like it, then you don't have to listen. You asked me about Traore. You asked me about him.
25,000 people have already been repatriated.
You don't think it's about You asked me about him. You said, what do you think about Traore? You did. You asked me. Oh, man. What is this, guys? What is this MK Ultra shit? What is this? We are and from was the documentary we just heard. Oh, where is the documentary we heard from? It's from YouTube Sunflower. No, you didn't respond to my take. You asked me the question. I have the chat history, right? I have the chat history. Like I can look up the chat history if you want to go there. Fucking hell. The doc is PBS Frontlines, yes. What white groups are funding? I wouldn't honestly. The way these people have been talking to white people, the people doing the pogroms, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Afrikaner groups sowing division. Tony, I wouldn't be surprised. Wait. Yeah, it's pretty. I think it's pretty good. It's an educated guess because Afrikaners have been throwing up their hands about a white genocide that doesn't exist. And Donald Trump has literally changed the refugee status, as there is no white genocide, dipshit. Fuck, man. No, there isn't, Tony. No, there isn't, buddy. Okay, let's just have a palate cleanser and leave with something.
Good morning. I'm Ali Velshi. You're watching MS Now election coverage. We've got major breaking news coming out of Colorado in the 1st electoral district. Melat Kiros has defeated the long-term incumbent Diana DeGette in the Colorado's 1st district, which is the city of Denver, the entire city of Denver. 78% of the vote is in right now, and the Associated Press has been able to project that Melat Kiros has won. Her lead has grown in the last hour over Diana DeGette. Diana DeGette has been a member of the United States House of Representatives since 1996. Melat Kiros was born the following year. Melat Kiros has not been alive for as long as Diana DeGette has been a member of Congress. Diana DeGette is now the 5th member of Congress, the 5th incumbent who has lost their primary in this election cycle. The 5th Democrat, that is, by the way. 2 of them were in Texas, but those were redistricting fights where incumbents or former incumbents were up against each other. The last 2 were last week in New York, where Adriana Espaillat in New York 13 and Dan Goldman in New York 10 were defeated by insurgents who were supported by the Democratic Socialists of America and Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Melat Kiros is supported by the Democratic Socialists of America and Bernie Sanders. So this is now the 3rd incumbent who has been met by a challenger and has defeated the incumbent. So Diana DeGette will not be the candidate, will not be the representative for Colorado's 1st district starting in January of 2027. Melat Kiros will be the candidate moving forward into the elections on November the 3rd. I want to tell you what else has gone on across Colorado tonight. This is another bit of news that was not expected. Michael Bennet, the longtime senator, was running for governor. He lost to Phil Weiser, who is the state's attorney general. Got into a bit of a bitter argument about which one has done more to fight Donald Trump. Phil Weiser, the attorney general, quite handily defeating Michael Bennet. 85% of the...
As a white woman, I hope minorities take over the government. Hey, Bilal. Walaikum assalam. This newscaster looks like a little less petrified than previous Navy suit boy. Yeah.
The vote in right now, and Phil Weiser ahead by 10 points. Let's look at the Senate primary in Colorado. This is another interesting story. John Hickenlooper, the senator and prior governor of the state, has won with 85% of the vote in, but look at that margin. This is a sitting United States senator challenged by Julie Gonzalez, who is a challenger from his left, who got 43.6% of the vote. So you can see that there's a theme developing across a lot of these races across the entire country. There were a lot of people who thought that the New York race was a standout by virtue of how liberal New York is, because in those races in New York, when a Democratic Socialist beat an incumbent, those seats are not going to change hands. It doesn't affect the balance of power in the House of Congress. In this particular case, it's less obvious. When you get to points further west out in the country where the Democratic Socialists do not have the same presence that they have, this becomes a bit more of a question as to the direction of the Democratic Party. Now, a lot of critics have come out and said these kinds of things are dangerous for the party come November, because it'll be used by Republicans to suggest, as Donald Trump has, that the communists are taking over, the socialists are taking over. But there's a lot more nuance to why some of these Democratic Socialists are actually winning. There are a few things at play here. Number one, outside money. What tends to happen is Democratic Socialists share the view of many younger Democrats about U.S. support for Israel, and what tends to happen is the incumbent or the person running against them ends up getting the support of AIPAC and its affiliated groups. So that's one of the things at play. The other one is generational. As I said, Milat Kiros has not been alive for as long as Diana DeGette has been the member of Congress. We've seen that in various races. We saw it in New York's District 13, where Adriano Espaillat lost to a much younger challenger. We saw it in Texas, where Al Green lost to a much younger challenger. There's also this internal debate about moderates versus progressives. Obviously, those who are members of or supported by Bernie Sanders or Zoran Mamdani or the Democratic Socialists of America are progressives. They're on the left side of the party versus the moderates. Although I will say Diana DeGette is not thought of as anything other than a progressive. And then fundamentally, there's this fighters versus folders idea. And that may be a lot of the frustration amongst people in the Democratic Party who feel that some of their leadership and their House-endorsed candidates, remember, every incumbent in the Democratic Party is supported by the Democratic
Lazy
Party
MMY. Thank
by
you so much for the
That is a
follow.
position that some Democrats feel the party shouldn't hold. They want the person who they think is going to fight most for them to be elected. The other thing is the Democratic Socialists of America, as part of the Democratic Party, when they're running as Democrats, talk a lot about affordability, which is it is the #1 concern that people express right now. The dissatisfaction with Donald Trump as president, the dissatisfaction numbers are highest as it comes to his handling of the economy. The economy and affordability were central campaign issues for Donald Trump, upon which he has not delivered. In some part, that's because of the tariffs that he imposed. In large part, it's because of this war with Iran
Rashid, welcome.
that nobody was particularly looking for, but that increased the price of fertilizer, diesel, and gas.
I think this is such a huge moment for America, man. Like such a huge moment. You guys have such an opportunity here, America. Like, I can't tell you. This is the politics of inclusion. This is the politics of human rights, the politics of worker rights, and you have the opportunity to vote for it. And I think you should see yourself because I mean, when has voting ever solved the problem? You know, you have the opportunity here to use your vote for something good. Trump is in the Epstein files. Yeah, I know.
Celine. So Democratic Socialists do tend to have policies that are very directly related to housing affordability, to subsidies, to child care.
The world is relying on you, Americans. Like, the world is literally watching on and going, fuck, imagine if America can be in a position where it's working with the world and not dictating. What a world that would be. So we are a beacon. Yeah. The world is watching you.
Universal health care, funding of health care, higher minimum wages, and those types of very explicit policies, including policies around the climate, that incumbent Democrats, some feel, have not leaned into as heavily as others. In this particular case, though, I will say Diana DeGette has not been a target of people who have not thought she's progressive enough, but Milat Kiros is definitely a lot
Good
more
on you,
progressive.
lady of the
Milat Kiros, by the way, is an immigrant to the
Keep
United
going.
States. She was born in Ethiopia and immigrated to the United States, grew up in the Denver area. But here we have 78% of the vote in, and the Associated Press is able to call her as the victor in that race. I will say that Colorado is one of those interesting places in which the vote is almost all done by mail or in advance. There's very little vote that comes in day of. I did talk about New York, so I just want to remind you of what we were talking about. New York's always a hard one because you got to really zoom in to get the districts. But the two incumbents that went down in New York were Dan Goldman in New York 10, Brad Lander, the challenger, who ran against Zoran Mamdani for mayor of New York, but then the two of them cross-endorsed each other, coming out with a remarkable lead. This is the most decisive lead we've seen in any effort to unseat an incumbent. 60 66% of the vote to Dan Goldman's 34%. And then up here in New York 13, which is the Harlem and a part of Bronx, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier coming in with 49.4% against Adriano Espaillat, who came in with 46%. Espaillat was the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, thought of as the dean of Latino politics in New York. So this was a very big upset. This was the last result we got last Tuesday night. So this is a bit of a pattern. I want to bring in our good friend, Puck contributor Abby Livingston right now. Abby's joining us because Abby and I were together on election night talking about this. Abby, at some point, people are going to wonder what this all is. Is this a trend? Is this a very strong showing by Democratic socialists? Is it just young people running against more established people? What are you hearing in Washington? Because this is now becoming a thing.
I think it's all of the above, but it is still to be determined on if this is a big sweeping trend for the year. We've seen a lot of Democratic incumbents get reelected already this cycle, but it's looking at what's going forward. And so we're New York and Denver, where Diana DeGette represents, are those just happen to be situational races that are back to back, or will we see more of this? And we do have some incumbents down the road who have tough primaries. The ones that I've been paying attention to are mostly age-related. But I think the big takeaway, and I talked to a Colorado Democrat who's been watching all of this, is, 10 years ago, being an incumbent just meant you were assured re-election in your party primary, particularly on the Democratic side. And what this feels like is that name identification and fundraising, the two best benefits of being an incumbent, are now not as strong as they used to be. And possibly, especially with Michael Bennet and DeGette, this Colorado Democrat said to me that the commute to Washington was a problem, that you're not on the ground, you're not being seen in a way.
Congressional and SCOTUS latest rulings outlawed White House policies? Really? You mean the Birthright citizenship one? Maxwell trying to get out of jail for information tells all only if Trump. Yeah.
And your challenger is there. And the other thing is that it just further underscores you're part of the establishment, which is just not very popular right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of an albatross. You made a comment to me last Tuesday that stuck out to me, and that is the Democratic Party, as a policy, supports its incumbents, whether or not the challenger is more interesting or younger or better, whatever the case is. And you said,
hey, can I just say how much I love you guys? Like this community. The fact that I can come here and speak my politics to a bunch of people, have myself challenged, and just continue to, like, every day turn up and have you guys here, it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. I still can't believe that I can do this. It's so cool. Like, I am very privileged. I appreciate all of you, honestly. Like, this is something I never thought I would do. It's so cool.
Said that there's a two-way street, right? They feel that by supporting their incumbents, they will get people to run and stick with them. Explain to me the math on that, because there are some people who just would rather the party not put their thumb on the scale.
Well, it is just unheard of in Washington to endorse against a colleague, particularly at the highest levels of leadership. And so I'm just trying to think of an example. I mean, if you are a regular member, you don't want to endorse against a colleague because you may need their help on a bill someday. You might build up a grudge that could come back and haunt you. You certainly don't donate against them. I mean, even Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has launched this revolution, I could be misremembering, but I think she's only endorsed against one incumbent, Henry Cuellar, and she really hasn't again. So it's really not a thing that you do to go along to get along. And so, and it also goes along with corporate PACs. They will typically only give to incumbents, and that is sometimes a toxic way to receive money. But they will rarely give against a sitting incumbent on either side.
Abby, hang on for a second. I want to bring in my colleague and great friend, the host of The Weekend, Eugene Daniels. Eugene, I know you're always working the phones, and this is
you guys are awesome.
Seismic. It's not fully unexpected what happened in Colorado won, but there was a chance that Melat Kiros was going to win.
It
she
is
now
petty.
unseated a
So fucking
Democratic incumbent. What are you hearing?
What I'm hearing from, moderates, people who are always hopeful that the kind of status quo will live on, is that there's a bit of a fear, right? What the fear portends is unclear, but what I'm hearing from folks is we thought our folks were safe. They didn't have to do a lot this time around to make sure that they stayed safe. That's not true. But what I'm also hearing from especially younger voters, what I'm hearing from folks who are a bit more progressive is kind of, we told you so. And by that, it means, they want to see candidates who are exciting. They want to see candidates who promise to do big things. They want to see candidates that promise an accountability to Donald Trump and all of the things that he and his allies are doing around the United States. And so as someone who covers this stuff really closely, I know we hear a lot of people say, "Oh my God, the Democratic Socialists are taking over the Democratic Party." What I'm actually seeing, right, because you're seeing moderates win in other places, you're seeing the same thing that politics has always been about: exciting candidates who are getting people out to vote, who are making promises and will probably make good on those promises.
No, man, no. Oh, this is such a misread. This is such a misread, bro. Oh, this guy's like kumbaya-ing this moment. No, this is not a kumbaya moment. This is transformational. You got to understand, watching people being blown to pieces for 3 years has an impact on you. You can't kumbaya this away, buddy.
Going against folks who have been there maybe a little bit too long, depending on who you ask, and most importantly, who apparently have not done the job that the constituents want them to do. And this is what primary season is about. Republicans have had this issue for years. Democrats have gotten a little comfortable, I think. When I talk to Democrats who've been in the game for a long time, they admit to being comfortable to the idea.
I think people are, what I think is changing is I think people are understanding the stakes in politics now. I think people are understanding it. They understand that it's life and death now. There's no gap between what happens over there to what happens here. There's no gap. People understand the risks now. And I think that is truly energizing people. I don't think it's everybody, obviously. Like, there's still going to be a lot of libs. I mean, for that lady, that lib, who lost to the DSA candidate, only lost by like a couple of points. So obviously there's still a lot of liberal energy in America. But it's a process, right? That's why I'll just say, I don't think being disappointed if something doesn't go your way in the short term should be on your mind. What you should be thinking about, I think, as Americans and anywhere in the world, is to understand what it is that drives you, what your value systems are, and stick with that for a long term and work away at changing minds. And it's not a short-term thing. It's just not a short-term thing. Like, the DSA isn't going to, at least I don't believe, is going to upend American imperialism in like one election cycle, right? So it's like a long-term process of making it okay to vote for human rights.
Idea that, the incumbent, like was just said, that the incumbent's going to be okay, that is no longer the case. And so that means you will have to deliver when you actually get there. Will that change the Democratic Party? It's structurally unclear, but there's only 100,000 registered Democratic Socialists of America members. And so just to put that in context for people, like they're not taking over the Democratic Party.
Yeah, well, this is what I want to ask you, because I think, and you and I were together, remember November last year when Zoran Mamdani won in New York, and it happened so fast we didn't get a chance to really dig into the exit polls. But a lot of people who voted for him didn't care that he was a Democratic Socialist, do not identify as Democratic Socialists themselves. They identified with free buses and lower rent.
Right. Right. Affordability.
Oh, you mean policies? You mean like his socialist policies? This is such fucking cope, man. Oh my gosh. It's like, oh no, they didn't care that he was a democratic socialist, but they liked his socialist policies.
Right? Because at the end of the day, people are more willing than they used to be in politics to take a chance, to vote for someone who maybe they wouldn't have voted for in the past, aka President Donald Trump, right? If you look at the polling from Donald Trump in November.
This guy's making it seem like people are, you know, ordering a meal at a restaurant that they wouldn't normally order. Like, you know, when you go to a restaurant, you have your usual, like mine. If I go to a restaurant again and again, I'll order the same thing. But sometimes I'll take a risk. This is how he's talking about a fucking election, bro. He's talking about these elections as if it was like a restaurant order.
November, you started to see more black voters, more black and brown voters, and men especially, move a little bit to the right. I don't think all of a sudden these men woke up and said, I love Republicans, right? Like, show me a Republican and I'll vote for them. What they did was take a chance, because the issues and the problems that are facing the average voter's life are bigger than they used to be. They are looking around at rich people getting richer and them not doing so well in their own lives. And so they're going to be willing to go and vote for voters or vote for people who they wouldn't have voted for in the past. And they're not going to be stuck to this loyalty to a Democrat or a Republican. They might not even care about the label so much.
Abby.
So what do they care about? What do they care about, guy? What the fuck do they like ordering butter chicken? Oh my gosh, you just nailed it. Just nailed it. Like ordering butter chicken. Like you like I've seen people who don't know what the menu in Indian restaurants are, and they're like, oh yeah, I'll go for that one. And then they just regret it, bro. They regret it so much. This guy's talking about politics like it's an order at a restaurant. It's so crazy. Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, they just want to take a chance on somebody else. Why? Their policies, maybe?
Is this this could be seen, depending on where you stand, as exciting that there's.
Sometimes I feel naughty when I ordered level 4 spice on my aloo paneer. Love it. Like there's a designation here in Aotearoa. Like if you order like any sort of curry, right? They'll ask you, do you want it white hot? Like, do you want it hot or do you want it Indian hot? What they mean is, do you want it white people spicy or Indian spicy? You get those options here, man. It's so blatant. It's like...
new blood, that the Democratic Party is having a healthy discussion that should be had by a big tech party,
Blue Room,
or is
welcome.
there fear that the Democratic Party is being broken by these overthrows of incumbents?
Well, I mean, among incumbents, a source said that there's not a panic, but folks are sitting up and paying attention to their races. The Democratic Party has rewarded the seniority system to the point that it was, many people argue, abused. Only 2 years ago, we had the Joe Biden debate. But I think one thing, and this may be just jumping way too far, but a lot of Democrats have gotten through their primaries and survived. But I doubt many Democratic incumbents think they're going to have an easy race for the rest of their career. And also next cycle, we will have a raging presidential campaign that a lot of these races will be on the same ballot, and we'll have a huge amount of youth turnout, most likely. And so I don't think this is going to be
Do you like Paradise in Auckland? Yeah. Paradise, classic. I can't handle Indian spicy. Those days are behind me. I get the hiccups bad now. Hiccups bad now these days if I do. Yeah, Paradise is great. In short, white people, I see you now.
a passing fad that Democratic incumbents who don't do anything more than send out a newsletter once a week are going to be able to sustain.
Well, I'm on the record. You guys both know that I think that healthy politics is where people have their fights and they debate it, but we're yet to be seen how this is all going to turn out.
Libs are not understanding the moment. I honestly believe that liberals are not understanding the moment this is. They still think it's just, people trying out some new stuff. It's not like that, guys. It's not like that. This is why the Democrats are completely deluded at this point. They're not understanding or standing up to this moment. Genocide has impacted many people.
Now, Abby does make the point that most Democratic incumbents who are running for re-election have won their seats. So earthquakey as it sometimes may sound, it's still just a few. Thanks to both you, Abby Livingston and Eugene Daniels. MS Now is back after a quick break.
Earthquakey as it sounds, it's just a few. It's bad. Libs are coping badly with this, I feel like. They are coping very, very badly. But things will get ugly when they realize the thread. It's already getting ugly. I mean, it's getting so ugly. Yeah, because who was it? It was Josh Shapiro who was like, oh, it's just a New York thing. And now it happened in Colorado. So they're going to be, they're going to be shitting bricks. Shitting bricks, I tell you. This man will say that as the floor beneath him starts cracking, yeah. Tellerico's ads on YouTube asking for $5 is kind of cringe. The ads asking for $5 paid for by AIPAC. The left has been shifting more left and Dems going right. Yeah. I don't think the left has shifted more left. I think the left have stayed the left. It's just that the Democrats are starting to tack right. And the gap's just gotten bigger because of that. That sounds Python-esque. So apart from New York, Colorado, where else? And the list just gets bigger, yeah. Yeah, it's one after the other. Josh Shapiro, who called it performative, that the man that puts on an Obama voice every time he makes a speech calls us leftist performative, yeah. And the tent has gotten bigger. Yeah. Also political. Welcome. The tent has gotten bigger. Wait, are you shitting on Tellerico? I think we have a person here who is helping Tellerico. And apparently he still won't say that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Apparently he still hasn't said it. Trust me, guys, what you have access to right now is the easiest question to answer. Easiest question. It is not about purity testing. It is a simple test of someone's humanity or someone's opinion on human rights. If someone cannot attest that it is a genocide, that means they're ignoring human rights organizations. They are ignoring 2 UN Commission reports. They are ignoring the International Agency of Genocide Scholars. They are ignoring Israeli scholars who have said that this is a genocide. Scholar after scholar, human rights organization after human rights organization, B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights organization, has said it's a genocide. So if people are still ignoring that, then it's bad. Yeah, we can fact check it. Has he called Gaza a genocide? No, Texas State Representative and U.S. Senate candidate James Tallarico has not used the word genocide to describe the situation in Gaza. This is drop site on Jan 17th.
Unless it means providing health care to the sick or funding food assistance. For the hungry, or raising the minimum wage for the poor.
James Tallarico has condemned Israel's atrocities in Palestine and has labeled them war crimes, but stopped short of using the term genocide when asked directly by Huffington Post. He opposes U.S. aid to Israel if it can be used to commit abuses and supports banning the sale of offensive weapons. Look out for this. This is very important. Anyone who can draw the line between offensive and defensive weapons, nah, bro. Yeah, and if it can, yes. He has criticized the influence of AIPAC on U.S. policy. Jasmine Crockett has voted to provide military aid to Israel, backing supplemental security packages amid what human rights groups and UN experts describe as a genocide in Gaza. She has defended... Yeah, okay.
And so
I'll never ever trust people like this when it so clearly is a genocide, and not just because it's my opinion. It's it has been called a genocide by so many organizations. Yeah, that's why every Izzy operation is defensive. Yeah, anyone who says offensive weapons is already this is just so fucked up. What does that even mean, guys? The thing is, the Iron Dome, right? The Iron Dome is what allows Israel to be violent without consequences. The Iron Dome is the reason Israel can just go out there and be really violent, because they feel safe under the Iron Dome. It's so idiotic to say, make the difference between defensive and offensive weapons. It's genocidal rhetoric. I'm sorry, but this is such an easy answer. Is it a genocide? Yes. Yes.
New follower detected.
Dusty Monk, thank you for the follow. Miriam Adelson donates to James Tallarico. Oh. Dear Lord, please protect me from your followers. I want them to go one step further and put an embargo on weapons to Israel. Yeah. Yeah, cut them off completely. This whole offensive and defensive weapons bullshit is stupid. It's all weapons at the end of the day. I mean, I don't understand why they keep making it. I thought the Iron Dome was shuttered. Is it? I don't think so. The Iron Dome still works. I just think they're rearming it. The missiles, the Iron Dome missiles, the interceptor missiles were running out. But I think they're rearming. Oh, actually, on that, JD Vance said something very, very peculiar. Let me show you. Yeah, this. Holy shit. Yeah, this. So, Dropsite News posted this. Vance says U.S. is using the Iran deal to refill the oil market, then see where the hand is. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said the Trump administration is using the memorandum that ended the war with Iran to sort of refill the world's oil economy and then to see where the hand is, describing the deal as a way to ease energy prices while Washington keeps its leverage and its options in an appearance on the Michael Knowles show. Vance said the U.S. has two options, either a long-term deal requiring a significant change in their behavior or banking our wins from the military campaign, and then, of course, doing things on top of that if the president feels that we have to, referring to renewed military strikes. Both, he said, remain very much in play. He said Trump is letting it play out in an environment where there is significantly less pressure on the world energy economy while not giving up a single one of his gains and while preserving a lot of optionality. Crazy.
There are a few things that we want. We want durable commitments that are verifiable and backed up by inspections that Iran will denuclearize their entire country. Okay, we're going to see how we get there. Number two, we want to see what kind of an arrangement actually exists in the Middle East between not just Iran and the United States, but the GCC, Israel, Lebanon. We're going to play that situation out. And then on the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, I think you actually said it well, which is that the strait is open in the sense that to oil traffic, we're seeing more oil come out of the Strait of Hormuz. And some days, actually, more oil coming out of the strait than came out before the war even started. So there's this element of the where the world oil economy is kind of getting back into gear. That's going to take a little bit of time, but you've already seen the prices come way down. Now, what the cynics will say is, well, if you look at the number of ships that are trafficking, that's actually down from the pre-war start. But they're mostly talking about cargo ships and other vessels. At least so far, what we've seen is the oil traffic has reached its pre-war height. So I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is. And, as I've said this repeatedly, if the Iranians are willing to make the commitments that we would like them to make and are willing to back those up with verifiable milestones, then we are going to change our relationship with Iran. And if they don't do that, then nothing has really changed except for what we've already accomplished from the military campaign, which is a lot. Right. So we kind of have two options here. We have the option of pursuing a long-term deal with the Iranians, but that requires a significant change in their behavior. We have the option of banking our wins.
Guys, let me tell you why this is stupid.
And then, of course, doing things on top of that if the president feels that we have to. And I think both of those options are very much in play, and the president's going to let this play out. But what's happening right now is he's letting those options play out in an environment where there is significantly less pressure on the world energy economy. And this is my biggest frustration with right-wing critics of what we've done over the last few months in Iran, is that they don't realize how completely they were losing the political argument because of what was happening to world energy markets. Yeah. So what the president of the United States has done...
You're talking about the critics who want more bombs dropping on.
Their attitude is just drop bombs and drop bombs and drop bombs, and they can't really articulate to what end. And what the president is saying, I'm willing to drop bombs, and he's clearly shown that he's willing to drop bombs, but only if it serves an objective. And so what he's doing right now is taking a lot of pressure off of the world economy, the world energy economy in particular, while not giving up a single one of his gains and while preserving a lot of optionality. I think that's a very good place for us to be in. But there's uncertainty because no one can be certain what the Iranians are going to do.
My understanding is the U.S. is still building up forces in the region. Yeah. Look, this is the crazy thing about this situation is that Iran has leverage that America can't bomb away. So America can't just continue to bomb and expect that leverage to go away. That is the real strength of what Iran has in this negotiation right now. Because if America could have removed that leverage from Iran's hands, it would have done it by now. Because that's the whole thing here is take the leverage away and then strong arm them into bigger and bigger concessions. That is the American negotiation tactic. But here, they don't have the ability to do that because they can't take that leverage away. They can't take the Strait of Hormuz away. Because oil, those ships, those oil tankers won't just risk it because insurance companies won't give them insurance. They'll just keep bombing these oil tankers. So barring like a massive ground invasion, which also wouldn't work because remember, Iran's topography is like, it's so hilly, and it would be a war that would take decades. It would be way bigger in scale than Iran and Afghanistan. Much bigger. Because there are 2 million, when you take reserves into account as well in Iran, there are 2 million people who can get on the front lines in Iran, okay? And it's just not going to work. America's almost running out of bombs as well. I mean, expended roughly 50 to 60% of their bombs, so they don't even have enough of that. America doesn't have leverage here. What J.D. Vance is trying to paint, what picture he's trying to paint, or the line he's trying to tread, is that America has options. Okay? So America doesn't have many options. America's options are escalate and continue and try and get concessions, or concede some things, which is what they're doing. And let's not forget their proxies in Hamas and Houthis and Hezbollah too, right? They're all there, but really here, I think this is bullshit by J.D. Vance, because he is trying to please the war hawks in the Republican Party. He's trying to please the war hawks in the Republican Party. The other thing as well, also political, is there are also proxy groups in Iraq. There's proxy groups in Syria. There's proxy groups everywhere for Iran. Iran has many different groups in the region. But that's much of a muchness. It's more the fact that, what leverage does America truly have here? And they don't have leverage. Barring a ground invasion that would be worse than Iraq, Afghanistan, there's no other real options. So I think J.D. Vance here is trying to paint a picture of control for those war hawks. He's trying to paint a picture of control in some way for those war hawks. And I think they're having a big problem managing the Republican war hawks, honestly. I mean, imagine, like, these guys have experienced unending American power and control of the world, and that is slowly slipping away. These people aren't going to give it up just easy. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Market manipulation. I think this is a massive blunder that they're trying to paint as something good. It's just not happening. All right, guys. All right. Hey, shall we? Who we gonna raid? Damage control for sure. The Discourse, Zach Chap, Jason. Guys, who do you want to raid? Shall we raid Zach Chap? Is Zach Chap a partner yet? Is Zach Chap a partner yet? Why is Zach Chap not a partner yet? The guy works harder than anybody. He needs to be a partner. Oh, nice. Going to Bassam Yusuf's show this August in Sydney. Good on you. Yeah, he's a good bloke, eh? He's a good bloke. I think, like, his Piers Morgan segment, very early on, he'll be in Auckland in September. Nice. His Piers Morgan segment early on was so important for people starting to talk about Palestine. It was really good. All right, Raiders, we're going with Zach Chap. Please, please, please look after Zach Chap. What is the exchanger? Yeah, that one. Look after Zach Chap. He's an amazing human being. Does a lot of good work. Enjoy his live, and take care, everybody. I will catch you all soon. Okay, I will catch you all soon. Take care. Enjoy. Thank you so much for being here with me, everyone. Thank you for the support. Here we go, folks. Rating in 3, 2, 1. Kakite po Marie. Kakite, everyone. Calamity, also political. Thank you so much, everybody. Eureka, thank you. Not the one. Thank you, everyone. Take care, Scary Mods. Kakite, my clothes brush. Kakite, everybody. Kakite, YouTube. I'll catch you all soon. Good night, folks. Free Palestine.